Whatever.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me, as always, we got Dan Barron, Addie Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Mylan, slightly more pixelated than usual. But we're all here. We're ready to play some Manifest for you. But before we start, these beautiful people have things to talk to you about. Beautiful people, speak.
Arf, arf. All right, so December is National Human Rights Month. And so as in honor and in assistance of that as much as possible, our charity for this month is Amnesty International. Amnesty International is a global movement of over 10 million people campaigning for a world where human rights are enjoyed by all. And since 1961, Amnesty International has campaigned and lobbied all over the world to abolish the death penalty, protect sexual and reproductive rights, combat discrimination, and protect migrants' rights. You can take a look at our chat box. I never know where it is. I think it's to the right. Did you tell me
It's over? It's over. That you're pointing in the right direction if someone's on a desktop, but if they're on mobile, it is below.
If you're on mobile like me, then it's right there. You can click on that link, donate your time or your platform or your money, anything you possibly can, because they're a great organization. Let's pass it on to the next beautiful person.
Oh, shucks. Well, I guess that's me. Hi, everybody. And happy last night of Fire Nights. We made it basically through. It's the last and most stormy night of Fire Nights. But also, it's Tuesday. It's around about 8. So we're here. We're streaming. We're living. We're getting it done. We're hustling. We're getting that paper. We're chasing that dream. And you're here with us, and we really, really appreciate y'all. If you're too busy hustling and rising and grinding, I know how it is. Some days you rise and you start grinding, and then it's 9, 10 o'clock. Where did the day go? Well, you grinded it all away. But if you need a reminder, Twitch can do that for you. There are these buttons underneath me. There's a bell and there's a heart where you can follow the stream. You can get notifications about when we go live, and the computers will tell you. You can take that time, be like, ooh, I'm going to stop grinding. I'm going to visit my friends on the last night of Fire Nights, and see how Dex is doing, trying to become a gunslinger, how Gus is doing in general, how Peloise are doing, hopefully better. There's also a big purple button to subscribe and to gift subscribers, gift subscriptions. We really appreciate that support. It goes back into making the stream better. I got a new webcam today, and I look different, maybe better. The white balance is bad. We'll figure it out. But stuff like that comes from y'all's support. Through subs, through bits as well. And right now we've got this really cool bits goal going on where eventually when we complete it, we will start work on A Light in the Darkness, the adventures of supernatural investigator Rico Kazak as he goes through the wildest and weirdest that Manifest has to offer in radio play format. If y'all watched our Halloween stream, that was a Rico Kazak adventure. We'll be bringing some of those characters back, some of those stories back. Moving those through, playing them during break in stream, and once that big goal gets met, we will be able to start working on those. We've got some cool ideas. We are really, really excited to eventually get there. Whenever y'all help us out to get there. Last couple things: follow our socials. Got some really cool stuff coming up. I just talking today about it, just writing posts about them today. So go ahead and follow us so you don't miss that stuff on Facebook, on Twitter, on Laura Dern's Instagram, but maybe not for much longer. On all of our platforms, we really appreciate y'all's support. Last note, best note, Jeff Bezos will look your $5 if you have an Amazon Prime subscription and don't give it to us. So if you've got a Prime subscription, you get a free Twitch subscription, and if you give it to us, Jeff Bezos does not get to lick any of your money. So we really appreciate y'all's support. Thank y'all so much for being here. Thank y'all so much for being here with us in this time where there's a lot of family get-togethers and a lot of other stuff going on. And the fact that y'all are able to make it here and hang with us, we really, really do truly appreciate. So thank you all so much. And now I will pass it over to the only more beautiful person on this call, if we're being honest. And it's debate. It depends on the day. Today she wins. Some days I win. but it is Addie. Go ahead and take it away, Addie.
I'm
Look,
really
I call it like I
confused
see it.
as to.
I thought he was setting me up to tell the next, but now I'm just.
Okay. Well,
Why would I be?
now that everybody's been put a little bit down, including Roman to himself, I'm going to tell you about our. I'm going to tell you about our very important things that I tell you about every week that I totally remember and plan for, including our Patreon. We have a Patreon that supports Waypoint Game Designs in particular. You can find it at patreon.com/Waypoint Game Designs. And those of you who can and want to support us there get exclusive access to monthly adventures, our Drifters Roundup report, which is basically a behind the scenes look at what we do here at Waypoint Game Designs. In addition to having access to our exclusive Discord for our backers and our patrons, and our patrons only channel. So it's got some really cool stuff. It's the best, most direct way to get in touch with us for a more intimate conversation than in the chat with everyone else. So if you like us and you want to hang out with us, becoming a patron is one of the best ways to do that. And again, that's patreon.com/Waypoint Game Designs. I feel like there was another thing that I usually talk about. The Kickstarter had an update today, and so everyone should go check it out. Those of you who were able to kickstart us when the Kickstarter was live, you can get those notifications pushed. Otherwise, you can go to kickstarter.com/manifest-the-RPG. And read it there. There's a bunch of cool stuff there. It is a very cool update with maybe some timelines that we've been hinting at. So go ahead, head over there on the break or right now, open the tab, save it for later, and check it out. And I think that is it. We've put merch on hold because we've got a very busy winter. And once we start heading to cons in the spring, that's when we'll get a bigger merch update from me. I have not stopped taking your suggestions and making your designs. And I am considering Christmas Squonk for a t-shirt. You let me know what you think.
Just putting some Squonkmas in the chat real quick.
Yeah, and that's all I've got. And now Tommy's going to tell you about
how cool Chris is.
Economy.
I want to give a shout out while Roman was doing his thing. Chris went ahead and showed everybody how it's done. He dropped 5,000 bits into the bit goal. Much love, Chris. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow.
That's insane. That's insane, Chris. Anyways, we're at 86% now. Basically 87%. So
Wow.
pretty decent chance that pretty early into the new year we will be doing production on the Light of the Darkness radio play. Excited. But let me talk to you about another thing, a very important thing. That's the economy, guys. In this economy, there's only one safe investment, and that's grit. You, as a viewer, have viewer grit. You get it by watching, donating, subbing, etc. You can find it at the bottom of your chat. There's a little waypoint star. You can click on that and you can see all the fun ways you can spend grit. In addition to unlocking like some of the emotes you might not have access to normally, one of the most important things you can do with your grit is you can use it to give grit to either the GM or the players. Now, you'll see we all have little numbers up here in the top of our screen. That is how much grit we have. They have a maximum grit of 12. I have no such maximum, but To be fair, I can only spend so much grit in a session, so don't want to spam me with a bunch of grit, but you will notice, you might be tempted to spam me with a bunch of grit because you'll notice that you can buy grit for me cheaper than you can buy grit for them. So you should just go ahead and do that probably a little bit.
If you want a worse thing.
Yeah, if you want like dramatic and interesting things to happen, give me more power than you give them is all I'm saying. Looks like we got +1 grit to Dex saying good luck, have fun tonight from Chris, and then +1 grit to Porter from Fiddler Undone. So that puts Porter
keeping the streak alive and Porter alive.
Honestly, those are the two. Those are the two that need it. Dex has a very important session where he's doing the Ascent. Gonna need all the grit he can. And Porter is really, truly never out of danger.
Porter is going to wake up and do things and therefore needs grit.
Never mind. I'm spending the whole session in my room. I give up.
All right, so that is all I have on that. Now you have heard about how the grit works, and so it is time for us to move into the actual play. And to get there, we first have to transport our minds to the world of Manifest by looking at extremely cool character art by Kate May. Let's go. All right, we are back. We are back, and time to give y'all a little bit of a recap. Now, these 4 drifters recently escaped the harrowing battlefield that was Brimstone Garrison. Eloise and Gus were kidnapped by Brimstone, experimented on by Owen Lemaire, who had inhabited the body of Dr. Ulysses Pruitt, and was using his research to create some sort of serum that he injected himself with and gave to Leo Riggs as a bargaining chip to find out where the fabled guns of his father, Quentin Lemaire, are. And apparently Leo had that information. He gave the information to Pruitt, as far as we can tell, and then injected himself with Pruitt's serum and left. At that point, Pruitt /Owen /Rufus Eli. I think those are all the names that we know he has had. Shot himself in the head, revealing a spectral ghost body that disappeared as well. And then Dex and Porter, alongside a team of hired drifters, helped Eloise and Gus escape Brimstone, and that is where they hopped into the Rumbling Retail, the helicopter that Eloise had crafted into Biostation, and flew to the Silent Peak, the remote hidden sanctuary, the guild hall of the Wardens of the Silent Peak, the Gunslinger Guild that Dex is a part of. The team arrived there, and we got to meet a few of Dex's peers, other novitiates who were excited about his return, and we also got to meet Dex's mentor, Isabel Guerrero, who pushed Dex, didn't have to push very hard, but was very interested in when Dex was going to undergo the ritual known as the Ascent, which is the ritual that gunslinger novitiates of the Wardens of the Silent Peak undergo to become true wardens, to become true gunslingers. The Ascent includes them basically going to a neighboring mountain and climbing it with very few supplies as they meditate and reflect on themselves and their inner turmoil until they reach the top of the mountain, or not the top of the mountain, but there's a sanctum in the top area of the mountain that they undergo their final trial. So the last thing that happened was Dex was given a elegant but rudimentary glider that he was going to use to fly over to the other mountain and begin the ascent. All he was allowed to bring with him was his armor, his pistols, and a very basic set of survival tools. At that point, Eloise, Porter, and Gus were told to wait and watch for the pyres that Dex will light aflame as he ascends the mountain. And that's how they can keep an eye on his progress. The ascent taking anywhere from 4 to 10 days on average, though Isabel Guerrero currently has a bet going that Dex will complete it, I believe, in 7 days, right? In under a week?
Yeah, it is a week or less.
A week or less. So that's the bet that Isabel has going. And that is where we're going to pick up. We're going to pick up Dex. You grabbed onto the glider, you strapped in your wrists and your ankles and like your waist to the glider to give you some security and some control as you hop off of the tower and fly through the windy, snowy, harsh skies of this area of the Malachite Mountains. So Dex, you know about where you're trying to land. You know where these pyres are. You've been fortunate enough to see 2 ascents in your time in your training. It's not an extremely common occurrence. A lot of times novitiates will spend a significant amount of times being novitiates, going out and ranging with their mentors, and every once in a while someone will attempt the ascent. And of the 2 you witnessed, one person barely survived but failed, and is, as to your knowledge, still a novitiate out ranging with their mentor. And then the other person did succeed, but you were pretty early into your training when that happened. That was like when you were just like a year or 2 after you had arrived. But you are flying, and you've heard stories about people dying during this as well. Though you were given, I believe you were given a flare gun in case you needed a rescue.
They were, I was told I can shoot the flare gun, which will be basically admitting failure, but they'll come and rescue me.
Yeah. So I do need from you a pilot test to try and basically fight against the inclement weather of these mountaintops to try and land more or less where you're gonna want to start climbing from. Put yourself in a decent position. So the glider you have, it's not powered or anything, so it doesn't have really good speed, but it has okay handling because you have some pretty good control over your altitude, at least dipping your altitude and turning left and right. So you can catch the wind pretty easily as long as you know how to play with it. So the handling is kind of high. The weather is kind of bad and terrible. The winds are strong. The snow is ever present. So let's go ahead and put this at just a net -1 for this test. Factoring in all of the effects.
I'm gonna go ahead and spend 2 grit to make my own luck before I roll dice because I don't want to misfire.
Fair.
My target is quite bad, so.
And I also get +1 grit from Orky. Or Kremabled throws grit at the DM, appears in a plume of smoke and throws grit at the DM. Thank you, Orky.
So making my own luck, that doesn't impact my reliability at all, right? That doesn't. I've changed my dice pool, but like my attribute still determines reliability.
Yes.
Cool. Is this an excellent quality glider?
The glider does not provide you any additional reliability.
Okay. Yeah. That is no successes.
Okay. But you don't grade misfire or anything, right?
Nope. I do not misfire at all, but I don't get any successes.
Okay. So it's like the good thing is like you know where you're going, right? You don't really have like you've used these a couple times to like amidst your training, but you've always had the benefit of being able to just follow Isabel around. You've also haven't been at the mountain for some time now. So like not only
I wasn't good at it when I was following Isabel around.
Yeah. So you are just good enough to just like straight line, don't veer too much like one way or the other.
I think honestly about 75% of the way through, when it becomes clear I've got to decide where to land, I just stop worrying about like how I realize there is no way I'm going to put this somewhere better to ascend. I'm just going to land as cleanly as possible, literally anywhere that seems okay.
Yeah. So basically you don't like shorten your trip up the mountain at all. You just kind of but it's the thing is this journey that we're describing, this kind of moment across from one mountain to the other, it's about 45 minutes of travel. Of you just flying through the air and eventually realizing like I don't think I'm gonna get I'm not catching the winds that I need to catch.
Minute 30. Dex has the thought. Well, I think I've missed the point at which if I was gonna pick it up this time, it would have happened.
So you have about 43 and a half minutes to kind of think on the task ahead of you as you just focus on not crash landing this thing. You're like, I'm angled in the right way. The mountain, I'm keeping the mountain center in frame, and that's good enough for me. Yeah, so your landing's pretty rough, but not like a crash or anything like that. You just land at the base, not like the base of the mountain, but like pretty low on the mountain, and you have a decent amount of daylight left before you're going to need to set up camp, and try not to die to the frigid cold of the night here. So what we're gonna call this is you know where the three pyres you need to get to are, and you know that there's not really like a beaten path or anything. You're just like climbing a mountain. There's like some paths that you like have, people always speculate on like what would be the best path and stuff like that, so like you have some idea, but all that being said, hard trek, difficult. So it's gonna be first I need you to roll a survival check to be able to like, you know, choose your path, avoid unnecessary threats, stuff like that. That survival check is going to be at a minus. It will start off. This one's going to be a -4.
Okay.
And depending on how well you do on this, you'll also have an endure check to try not to die to the weather.
And the survival tools I have are not mechanically a survival kit, correct? They provide no bonuses for tests or anything like that.
Correct. The one thing they will allow you to do is you can roll survival in place of endure to avoid fatigue due to the elements.
Okay, cool. That's 3 successes on the survival test.
Okay. And so that's just to choose your path. So now I need a survival check at a -2 or an endure check at a -2, though I imagine survival's better for you.
It is, though. Endure, I've been raising my durability. Endure is catching up.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to really catch up by the end of this, but...
Right.
That's 3 successes.
Okay. Cool. So it is a tough time for you.
Wait, sorry. That's 4 successes.
Okay.
I forgot I picked up Survivalist in between.
So you get the automatic success. Cool. So those were the rolls for basically the first leg. That determined how long it's going to take you to get to the first pyre and how hard it's going to be for you to do so. With 4 successes on that, you actually do a pretty good job. Like you take it takes you 2 days to get there.
Yeah, I think I settle in. Like, I keep Isabel's bet is in the back of my mind because everything Isabel pushes for is always in the back of my mind. But I think I settle into like a pace that to the outside observer is pretty fast, but to like any other warden, like anyone skilled in mountain climbing or anything like that, can tell like I could be going faster.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pace that I think I can sustain potentially entirely through the climb unless it gets much worse. Like I've picked a pace that is fast but not pushing it. I'm not at a breakneck speed trying to get there in record time.
Right. Yeah. So you make pretty decent time. You make a good amount of time on that, like in that first day. You pick a pretty decent path. You're able to avoid, since you landed so low on the mountain, you actually had to contend with a couple slide rock bolters, that were like, you were able to spot them and just like take alternate routes, and avoid them. The night starts falling and it starts getting cold and you're already able to like set up a camp. You're able to like kind of break down the glider to make a shelter and start a little fire and conserve your energy. It's terrible and cold and like really downright miserable, but you have the innate ability to put like mind over matter on this, and so you're able to like fall asleep and get a good amount of rest and then move on your way as soon as like the sun starts rising again. You continue that trend for a little while. You have to climb your way up some pretty frigid and ice-laden like cliff edges. But with your tools and your training, you're able to do it without actually overexerting yourself. And after 2 days of truly challenging mountainside traversal, you emerge over the cliff edge as the sun is getting ready to set. And you see frozen against the side of the mountain, possibly easy to miss even if you didn't know what you were looking for. There's a little shrine built out, and you were given 3 stones, one for each pyre. wrapped up, and you know that you have to place this in the center of the shrine. So basically there's like an ornate, like carved in stone shrine with like a basin with frozen water sitting there, and the shrine itself is like covered in snow and ice, and you have to actually like get to it and like kneel down in front of it. You have to like push some snow out of the way and like set yourself like kneel down, like lay down like the wings of the glider, so you have something to kneel down on.
Yeah, I'll take the stone, set it in the basin after I dig out a place for myself.
Cool. Yeah, you pull out a stone. It is a red stone. It's warm to the touch as it touches your skin, and as soon as you set it on that ice, the ice begins to melt and hiss, and pop and crack, and it just sinks into the water, and the water itself starts boiling. And then as that boils, the warmth of that like kind of boiling like stone basin in front of you begins like kind of washing over you, and that's when you then see like cracks appear in other parts of the shrine, and some like a fragrant kind of incense starts like kind of oozing out of these cracks as like the whole shrine itself becomes warm. Like all of the stonework interlaid with these like kind of channels for the smoke to come through becomes warm enough that like the snow starts sloshing off of it. And as you sit there and meditate, the winds kind of like carry and push around this smoke, and as the ice begins to crack and melt and break, you see etched into the center of this shrine the words, "I am the bulwark on which darkness shatters, unmoved in the eye of the storm." And you sit there and you meditate. You meditate as the sun begins to set, the cold of the night buffeted by the warmth of this shrine. And as you breathe in the smoke of this shrine, you have a vision. What is it that you see, Dex? Sitting there thinking on those words specifically as you've been instructed to. What do you think is drawn from your mind?
I think Dex starts thinking about Lucas Creek, the small town that he's from that never even got to become a settlement. And the anger he felt as a child for a lot of his childhood starts like bubbling up. His like anger at being abandoned by his parents, even though like it wasn't necessarily their fault, but it's that anger he felt as a child, the anger at the town being abandoned, that like nobody came to help out this town through all of the things it endured. The anger at like in the end, the bandits who came to pick the bones of this town in the last storm that ultimately took it off the map, and all of that anger of a child turning into this like singular burning rage.
Sure. So you sit there, it's dark, the wind kind of becoming this kind of one note symphony around you as it kind of dampens out all of the sound of the crackling of the herbs and kindling within the shrine, and the bubbling of the water that is slowly slowly evaporating from the heat, and like wind becomes different. It becomes more open, and you hear the thunder of the storm, and you are basically transported to like being like in a crawl space underneath one of the like few structures in Lucas Creek, jammed in with a bunch of people as the storm rolls through. And you remember the moment that the water tower broke, and how the crawl space began flooding with the water that poured out of the storm, and the water tower as it crashed down on the building here, and how people were shoving and running. And in that moment, you had no one to help you. And you, in the chaos of everything, you manage to pull yourself up. You help like another person out. And then at that point, the town is every man for himself. Everyone's running to whatever shelter they can. And the people who were kind of like at that point in time, your caretakers, like are like lost in the chaos of it. Lightning strikes down, breaking open wood and splintering everywhere. Within the rain and the wind and the lightning, there's flames as well. And that's that smoke is being swirled around in almost a cyclone in the center of town. And that's when you see something that doesn't quite mesh with the memory, which is the lightning starting to hit that cyclone and turning red. And that's when you feel that wave of anger that you had as a kid. And you begin hearing in your mind, like, the things that you didn't have the words for at the time because you were too young. But the questions of why, and the feelings of like true like injustice and like abject cruelty of the situation that you found yourself in. And as that happens, you kind of get pushed down with the weight of those thoughts and those feelings, and the people around you lay dead. And that cyclone crackling with red, angry energy begins getting wider and wider and threatens to engulf you. And I need you to roll a discipline test. This discipline test is going to be at a -3.
Okay. That's 3 successes.
Okay. So you sit there, the weight of these emotions holding you to the ground. You're unable to move to safety. And the storm begins wrapping around you. And that's when you start to find the strength to break it. How do you think that plays out in Dex's mind?
I think Dex remembers what happens next in this sequence of events. Is that the storm goes on, and ultimately, like, some bandits roll through town and find this town that's been evacuated and people have run from, and it's easy pickings. And he remembers being caught alone with just a gun someone had left behind, as like bandits are coming through the house, like looking for anything to take. And he remembers that anger turning into the will to pull the trigger at someone who might have hurt him. And like that is an impulse that he doesn't have anymore. The like, someone might hurt me, I need to hurt them first. but the will to do something about it is something that stuck with Dex forever. And like that bit of it is what gives him the strength to like get up off the ground in the center of this cyclone that he knows can't hurt him. It simply can't.
Yeah. So you kind of within the clouds of that cyclone see those images, those memories, and that's when you just kind of stand up and you feel the wind swirling around you, and you realize that you are safe now. And it's not because life is inherently safe. It's not because any situation you find yourself in is safe. It's not because you currently in your current position are safe. It's because you like this didn't break you. So what could? And that's where the wind becomes kind of cold again. And you close your eyes, and the dust that was like cutting against your skin from the cyclone is replaced by the dampness of the snow melting into your clothes. And that's when you open your eyes and you realize it is nighttime. The cold is starting to overcome the warmth of the shrine as the incense has burned away. The water has evaporated completely as it boiled, and now has been replaced by what is a flame in front of you coming out of that basin. And you watch as that kind of flame carries up, almost engulfing the rest of the shrine in its size, as something underneath that water has finally burned away all the water and caught air and caught the ability to burn. And you watch as it comes up, and like the light of it is almost blinding to you as you open your eyes, and you see like the mountainside above the shrine beginning, like this hard, long aged ice beginning to melt and slowly drip just a little bit of water onto the sizzling shrine. As you realize you've passed your first test here. And you start getting ready to set up camp while you still have a little bit of warmth to work with.
Yeah, exactly. Big fire.
And this will be the most comfortable night you've had in the past 2 nights on this mountain. Eloise, Porter, and Gus. You've been in the guild hall of the wardens for 2 days. Every evening, not like on a schedule or anything like that, but you do see occasionally people just keeping an eye on the mountain, watching for when that flame might light up. Do you guys, who wants to tell me what they do during those 2 days? You have something, Porter?
I know that Porter for sure has been trying to kind of figure out the hierarchy of the Silent Peak. You know, like he knows that there's squints and there's novitiates and there's wardens, and he's trying to figure out if those are just the only 3, if within those 3 there are like, you know, like yellow belt and yellow belt with the black stripe, and you know, yellow belt with the extra little stripies around. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, go ahead, Porter, and roll me connections.
Connections.
You're making connections at the Silent Peak. But you're gonna be rolling. You're an outsider. You don't know who to talk to. Everyone here is very busy doing things that aren't talking to you. So we're gonna put this connections. I think ultimately it's gonna be a -6.
-6. Now, do I get to use forced impression on this? depending on the kind of connections that I make. Am I trying to meet new people and like seeing if they're telling me more about what's happening, or?
Yeah, you're mostly, unless you're just saying you're going and asking Isabel, in which case it's not a connections roll. But
Fair enough.
Something tells me you're not eager to go have another conversation with Isabel.
You know, she might make me feel bad about myself again and teach me something. And you know, I'm not in the right mindset for that at this moment. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything else before I roll this, because that's already, I get a +1 with the forced impression. I might have to wink in a prayer. We'll see.
I would love for guests to be able to assist. It's like he runs up, the porter is like, "Hey, I saw a guy with a green belt buckle yell at a guy with a red belt buckle." So I don't think that happens.
I don't think that happens. I think Gus has other things going on.
Yeah, he sure does.
All right. All right. Okay. It's not terrible. I do have one liability there. That's not terrible. You know, would a difference between 3 successes and 4 successes make a difference?
It might.
I'm gonna spend 2 grades to figure this out. Again, I'm in the safest place that I can be. I don't think I'm gonna get killed by one of these gunslingers specifically.
If there's ever a time to be like a little loose with your grit,
right,
like on a social roll or something, I think it's here, the Silent Peak. As Tommy's planning a huge invasion at the end of this episode and just trying to get stuff in our grit.
Oh, that's great. So that's 5 successes there.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So, why, out of curiosity,
yeah,
because everyone here is very good at reading intentions. Why is it that Porter is doing this? What is the internal motivation for him to find out more? So not, you don't have to like go all the way in, but like at the very least, people are going to be able to get a pretty decent impression on like your motivations here.
He's not necessarily trying to hide his motivations either.
Yeah.
He's just trying to like see if he can figure it out for himself so that, you know, he doesn't feel like an idiot asking somebody about it. Mostly what he's trying to figure out is if he were to take a week-long crash course in gunslingery at the Silent Peak, this is an opportunity that nobody else in the Badlands or in Manifest would passively be able to do. And he's like, I'd like to learn something. Isabel's put me at like the beginner level. I've done the shoot the nail into the post thing. What would be the next test is basically what he's looking for.
Okay, perfect. So there's a few things you find out just by having conversations with people and learning a little bit. No one is like particularly secretive. Another thing you notice as you kind of go around and try to like meet some people and learn some things is like there's not a lot silent about the Silent Peak. Like they're not like excessively loud or anything, but like people are like, you know, during the trial, like during their training throughout the day, they are, you know, like calling out like loudly and counting to try and like keep people on pace with each other. There is occasional moments throughout the days where there are like there's gunfire while like certain people are doing certain tests that way. And in the evenings, like the tables of people that do come together, because it's not like there's one big feasting time. Everyone seems to be kind of like working on their own schedules, but like you see like Dex's friends tend to like always kind of be moving around together or doing the same things. You see like them amongst other people, like they have like their kind of almost like cliques of people that that are just like people that like happen to be like on the same like pacing and path of their training. And like those people seem extremely close and are very like have very jovial and lighthearted like meals together. Like people aren't walking around incredibly somber. And while no one is quite at the level of cavalierness that Isabel has, no one here is like walking around like dour and grim. Like you think that Alistair Caldwell, for the little bit of time you met him, would stand out. as a little bit of an oddity, because everyone here seems, even if they're not like super like chipper or loud or goofy or anything like that, all the three are things that you might say that Isabel is. Like no one's like running around like pulling pranks or being jokesters, but they are like having like pleasant conversations together. Everyone here just seems to be varying degrees of happier than most people that you see around Manifest.
I feel like it's a scale. I thought everybody was going to be just like Dex, but it's a scale from like Dex to Isabel, and most people live in the middle of that. There.
Yeah, pretty much. And I'd say there's probably a majority of people who trend towards Dex, but are still like a little more like lighthearted than Dex has been.
Yeah.
Whereas almost very few people even come close to as chipper as Isabel seems with your interactions with her. Though you've seen Isabel not chipper. You've seen her flip that switch.
Been on the receiving end of it once.
But with that, like just by talking to these people, no one is particularly secretive about anything. Like if you specifically ask questions about like, it doesn't seem like you're asking like detailed questions about like the history of the guild or the nature of the Ascent or anything like that. You're just trying to figure out like structurally how this place operates. And there's a couple things you realize. One is that the wardens, as far as gunslinger guilds go, the wardens are relatively small. You're able to glean, though no one, maybe occasionally someone like a mentor will be a little overt about this, but like it seems like the amount of people who train here who then become gunslingers is a small number. And they kind of parrot things that Dex would say a lot, right? When he was talking about this, I don't know if he ever said any of this to you. I know he's kind of said it to Eloise at some point, which is a lot of people here, they come here and they find a different path that they're supposed to be walking. They learn about themselves. They learn how to like handle their traumas, their emotions, their feelings. They learn how to have that level of like discipline and self-introspection that seems to be a big deal around here. And in doing so, find out that the life of a gunslinger is not for them, and they either stick around and become stewards of the guild hall, and they like help like with the like non-gunslingery type aspects of life here, or they move on and like they train here for however long, and then they leave with the like skills and lessons that they learned to go follow their like true path. And that seems to be like a really big thing here. And that's also when you realize, the moment you talk to like any of the mentors and you're like, yeah, well, Isabel, like started me off with like the basics, right? Like I shot the nail into the thing, right? That's when you find out like, that's not the basics. That's like, they don't give you a gun until you've been here for like at least a year. Sometimes way longer.
Sure.
You also quickly find out like that group of like 6 kids, like ranging from like 12 to like 9 years old, like they like grew up here. And you can see like throughout these kind of like, you look and you see like the people like who are in what you learn to be like the earliest stages of training, which is the people who are just like out there every day slapping the water in these waist high basins. Those are like the people who are here, and they've been like, some of them, first off, age is like ranging. So some of them are like teenagers, some of them are adults. Very few of them are like extremely like, are like, you're kind of at the upper end of the age range for most of them, but like it ranges from anywhere from like kids that were like Dex's age when he got here, all the way up to like people nearby your age. And they're just people who are sitting there, and they are just like almost rhythmically, like slapping this water in the frigid weather. They do that for a significant amount of time. Then they go and they meditate, they eat, and then they like kind of scatter off to like other areas of the temple for like different lessons and trainings. And so what happens to you, Porter, is you find out, for one thing, while there's very few wardens around, there's even fewer like actual wardens here in the peak, right? Because their small numbers are, tasked with either going out and doing gunslingery type things or training novitiates out in the field and stuff like that. You learned that in actually all guilds, there is what's called a cadre, which is either a single person or multiple people, depending on the guild, who are sort of in charge. The most in charge that you can be. It varies from guild to guild. Here with the wardens, it seems like the cadre are they kind of like are spiritual guides. To a point, like they like help people find the thing that they should be doing. They help like the mentors where they're needed. And then they, you also get the sense that there's like other more important, more direct things that they handle the coordination of, but you're not really given any privy to that. And you know that right now only one cadre of the wardens is on site. And his name is Aiden Boskert.
Boskert, right? I wrote his name down.
So he is the only cadre that is here right now. Though you understand you don't get a hard number, but you understand that there's at least one or two other cadres of the wardens who are not here. Possibly even more. And then as far as your question, as far as like gradients within your rankings, like, yes, they kind of refer to everyone below novitiate as squints, though you are quickly able to tell that like they call someone a squint through multiple steps of training, sometimes to the point where you are actually, because you're so good at like reading people and understanding like social situations, like they don't really tell the squints that you get this like looking at the novitiates too. There's never a point where they're like, okay, you've moved on to the next phase of your training. Now you've unlocked these like tasks. They just like will like without really like adding any extra weight or importance to the task, be like, okay, now also go do this. Now also do this. And so like the squints are like the lowest rung, but like within that, you notice that there are several layers of training. The first of which seems to be whatever the point of slapping this water is. And then same goes for novitiates. There's plenty that are here who have not gone out like Dex did. There's plenty who are apparently out and about and have been for a long time with mentors. There are some who have done that and come back and have done it again. Like there's a lot of range within novitiates of people who are at various stages of like kind of like intermediary to advanced training. And novitiates are the ones who are doing most of the gun training. The squints, actually only the highest level of squints from what you can tell are able to shoot guns. And then there's the mentors, the actual gunslingers. Some of the not all actual wardens are mentors, but mentors are basically wardens who have taken on a novitiate as like a specific, like this one's one I'm going to train. Otherwise they kind of like do communal like training along those lines.
So that's all mentors are wardens, but not all wardens are mentors.
Correct. And then that's like what you can kind of glean is the structure of at least the people who are directly involved in like the process that Dex went on to become a gunslinger. But there's all sorts of other things within like the stewards. No one really gives you much information on it, even with 5 successes on connections, but you understand that there are also smiths that are in charge of like crafting the armor and the weaponry using presumably like ancient techniques that are well-guarded secrets of the guild. They're very rarely mentioned, and if you try to press on it, you immediately tell like you're stepping towards taboo. But you're at least able to understand that some novitiates are given the privilege of assisting in the maintenance of some of the smithies practices. Though a lot of that falls within like the realm of like stewards. So that is the kind of the structure that you're able to glean for the first like day and a half, we'll say, of you going around and talking to people, getting to know them. And then that's when now I must hang my head in shame because I deleted the note on my computer that was the name that started with an M, who is the
Monaghan.
Yeah.
Monaghan. Thank you. I was like, it's not like Boskurt got in my head and like washed it away. And I was like, it's like Monaghan. Nope, that's nothing. Monaghan. You talk to Monaghan. And that's when Monaghan, a man in his 40s, with a shaved a head that he shockingly just bears like to the cold here, and he's in stark contrast to his shaved head, he has a massive, huge, bushy, like long beard that like goes down to like his like down his chest, and is like has like a couple braids clasped in it, but mostly is just like a well kept like silvery gray beard. And he, you talk to him, and when he's the one who lets you understand that you are wrong about, that being something that is an early thing to do. Right. And he, puts his arm around you and goes, let me show you. And he takes you out, as the sun is getting low on the second day. And he takes you to one of those basically, for lack of a better word, like a gazebo or pagoda or something like that, like kind of this opened, walled, room that has flames and that are keeping it relatively warm, but not nearly as warm as other areas that have had like big open, like scenic spaces. Sure. And, there you see rows of these basins with water on them, and you see the ones that are like more center have just the thinnest layer of ice. And he takes you all the way to the centermost one. And he goes, this is the actual first step to anyone's time here in the guild hall. Go ahead. It's cold.
I just slap it.
He just stares at you.
I slap it.
Yeah, you hit it. You break that little thin film of ice. It's not like super hard, but the pain of like the cold, frigid water immediately hits your palm. It gets up on your sleeve, and like kind of like dampens your jacket. And he goes, all right, again.
I do it with my other hand.
Again.
Start up the rhythm, you know. I try and do, because I've seen them do this. I'm gonna try and like keep the same pace. Do they do it in unison?
They do, but what you notice that you probably didn't notice watching from afar, and you might actually, he scolds you when you don't follow his rhythm, and his rhythm is set by the sound of his hammer hitting when he pulls the trigger on an emptied gun. He pulls out his gun, empties it down, and then pulls it back. And he just starts walking around, just like pulling the trigger on his gun. And you realize one thing that's really annoying, probably immediately, is that the sound of the water sloshing and like splashing up and all that, and like the times where like your forearm kind of bumps the bass and everything, makes it really hard for you to pay attention to the rhythm. That coupled with like just the sound of like the wind pouring around, and he doesn't stand right by you and do it. Like he just starts pacing around in a perimeter, staying much closer to the fires than you are. As he just sits there and just like casually just like pulls the hammer back and clicks it, pulls the hammer back and clicks it. He just wants you to keep slapping it, and then he like tries to pick up the pace, and when he does and you don't keep up, he stops and stares at you until you realize that he stares at you, and then you slow down your pace, and then he pulls back the hammer again and starts again slowly and starts picking up the pace a little bit. And you get soaking wet doing this, and it's so cold.
Yeah.
And I need you to roll an endure test for me.
Of course you do.
I need you to roll an endure test for me, and I'm a bamboozle you.
No, I don't think you should do that.
I'm a bamboozle you a whole 4 times.
Wow, I hate that.
So that is a -4 that you cannot get rid of. But in addition to that, the condition sucks. So take an additional -2.
Tommy, I applaud your ability to resist the urge to go, not quite my tempo. As
Still not my tempo. If only I could do a good impression of him.
I don't know if anyone can.
It's -6, right?
-6, 4 of which are the bamboozles, so there's no getting rid of those.
Right.
But you also didn't have enough grit before this test to get rid of any negatives, so you only have 1 grit until this test is over. So.
In the first place. Okay, I do get a reroll on this. All right, didn't really help. That is 1 success.
Okay,
It's
Porter.
not bad.
You tell me. I'm going to start saying numbers, and you tell me when you stop. This is the number of hit point damage you're going to take. It starts at 2.
Okay, first of all, I've had 2 nights to rest. Is that correct?
No, you've had 1 night to rest.
1 night. So I do have. That does recover me 4 hit points though.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm starting from full hit points. That's what I really need. Go ahead.
Cool. So the number starts at 2.
Okay.
3. 6.
Okay, that's the one.
You're gonna stop at 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So the sun begins setting. It gets worse. What little warmth there was from the sun cutting like through to where you were, goes away as the sun starts cresting and the light starts hitting only the ceiling and not you, and then it disappears entirely. And at that point where it's still kind of light in the sky, but the sun has basically gone away, your arms ache, and weirdly your hands like feel bruised. You've just been slapping water this whole time. It's not ice, but your hands, just the repeated impact on the water, like your hands like feel bruised. And the water that you've kind of like had soak into your clothes begins getting like colder and colder, and the wind cuts really hard, and eventually you realize like this is too much. Like your hands are now numb, like full on like numb, but still in pain. Like your arms hurt, your shoulders hurt, your body is frigid, your teeth are chattering louder than they've ever chattered, and a very, very calm, very, very patient gunslinger just keeps trying to increase your pace and stopping. And then there's one point where you don't keep up with his increase in tempo, and he stops and stares at you, and you realize like you have to stop or you're going to suffer like true bodily injury. You are a doctor, you know that like your hands are in danger now.
Yeah. That's the one. I think my fingers are gonna fall off. Can I They have a med kit somewhere.
Yep. Infirmary's main hall underneath the right set of stairs.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I think. And he's gonna rush off to the infirmary.
Same time tomorrow, Squint?
Same time tomorrow. Thanks, boss.
And you rush off, and very quickly the feeling it's painful, the feeling coming back into your hands. And that ache doesn't really go away. But one of the stewards helps like get a little bit of like, you know, cream on your palms that seems to like kind of dull the pain. But like it's like you're not only like the like meat on your hands feels bruised, like your bones hurt. Like everything, like you've just been slapping water, but your hands hurt so much because you did it for like 4 hours.
I wonder they don't give you a gun because you can't shoot one if you tried. What would be the point? Shoot my own fingers.
The steward who's helping patch you up takes like your clothes, sets them by the fire, and then presents you with a set of Squint like clothing, which you now really quickly are able to realize, like, you've been seeing the Squints walk around, and they have like basically they have like stitching on their sleeves that allow them to take off their sleeves when they're slapping the water. And you're like, like less water soaking into your clothes is a good thing.
Checks out. Yeah, and I'm gonna spend the rest of the evening in my room, cuddled up under as many blankets as they allow me to have.
Yeah, you leave the infirmary. It is true nighttime. And as you walk through the hall towards your room, you walk by a balcony that overlooks the night sky and the mountains, and you see just a flame pop up in the lower part of the mountain that Dex is on.
Took him longer than I expected.
And that's when you get kind of shoved off to the side as a few of Dex's friends and some people you don't know like rush out and like look and like have a conversation on the balcony. And you retire to your room.
Yeah, right.
Unless you go hang out with a bunch of teenagers.
Nah, that's fine.
Your hands hurt so much.
Yeah. A little bit distracted.
All right, back to Dex. Dex, the next day comes. You've done one, but you know that the harder parts of the mountain are ahead of you. You get a fortunate like break in the weather. It's just slightly less like stormy. There's less cloud coverage than normal, which is both really nice and also kind of terrifying, because on one hand, you have the warmth of the sun to help you combat the cold, frigid weather. On the other hand, there are parts of this mountain now that have a thin layer of melted ice and snow on them, which makes them so much more dangerous. So I need you to roll a survival to basically traverse this mountain and choose the right paths and avoid unnecessary risk. I need you to roll a survival at a -8.
Okay. Damn. So that with survival, no, this is not, survivalist doesn't help with this. So, I will use one of my 2 for reliability on any test from the In My Element talent, because I'm in the wilderness. Yes.
You are, in fact, in the wilderness.
To get an extra reliability on this.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely worth it. 3 successes.
Okay. 3, you said?
Yep.
Okay. So I now need you to roll either endure or survival, since you have the tools to help you with it, to resist the fatigue of just climbing this mountain, being in these elements, being here, the extra strain it takes to climb a mountainside with just a couple pythons, barely any rope, plenty of moments where you have to free climb, and while that mountain is a little bit more slippery than usual.
Okay.
So yeah, go ahead and roll. This one's going to be at a -3.
Okay. Well, that is not as good of a roll. So I'm gonna play to the gallery on this one.
Okay.
So that explodes and is a success, importantly.
Nice. Good.
Okay. Yeah, so instead of 1 success, I have 4.
Okay. This is you start hitting your stride here. This is,
Instead of 2 successes, I have 4.
2 successes.
Instead of 2, I forgot I had the survivalist one.
Sure.
And the dice were 1 and they turned into 3.
Nice. So 4 successes. You don't take any additional hit point damage. But on top of that, this is, the longest distance you have to travel between shrines. You know that the third shrine is a little bit closer to the second one than the second one is to the first one. And also, like, it's like not just like top to bottom distance, it's also like you kind of have to wrap around the mountain a little bit to do it. And so, like, this is the hardest leg of the ascent. This is where the most people give up. And this is the part that you've probably thought the most about. This is the part, like the first part, like everyone kind of figures is a little bit of a gimme. Most people make it to the first shrine. Very few people give up at that point. Almost everyone who gives up between the first and the second shrine. And then a few people give up, from what you've heard, give up around before the third shrine. That also anyone who pushes beyond the second shrine is like way more likely to die during the journey. And so, like, this is where, like, you wake up, you've overcome one of the shrines, you wake up, the sun keeps you, that warmth is still kind of there. At this point, as you wake up, like, overnight, the fire burned away and melted the snow and the ice above it, re-encasing that shrine in ice, that basin refilled with now frozen water. As you wake up and pack up your camp and get a move on, as the sun just begins to rise.
I think also, given the conditions, like before, I was trying to move it at like a slightly better than average pace that I knew I could maintain the whole time. But with the warmth of the sun starting to melt the like ice, I know the longer I take here, the worse it's going to be.
Yeah, exactly. And you pick up the pace and you make good time. In fact, this part of the journey usually takes people about 4 or 5 days, and it takes you 2. You find extremely good pathing. You take probably what some would think are some risks, but you have the momentum behind you, you have the energy, and you know you're fine. So there's like one moment where, like, basically there's like a part where you are going to have to like kind of work your way really, really, like there's like no level footing that you can even like stand on. And so you have to like get on the wall and move to another part of the mountain, like wrap around. And you realize like this is going to take too long to do properly, because you can see like the like slope that you're on like starting to glisten with that like melting ice and snow, and you like that there's actually like chances of an avalanche like down that slope. You check for rock slide bolters. There's none, so you're good. But you also think maybe this slope was made by some rock slide bolters at some point in time. But what you end up doing instead is like you get there and you get a little bit on it, and then you full on like Assassin's Creed, like with an ice pick, like leap out and like hook onto a thing and like get your footing and then leap again. So instead of like fastening ropes and using pythons to like make sure you traverse this part safely, you do it quickly, which means the ice doesn't actually have time to melt because you're basically racing against the sun as it moves. And you're trying to stay ahead of the sun so that you're not there when it starts melting the ice that you're digging into. And because you're able to pull that off, you completely avoid it, as like by the time you get there, the half of that area that you had traversed quickly to stay ahead of the sun has been in the sun for some time, and you see it is wet and there's actual like little trickles of water like going down it, and you're pretty sure that even if you had pythons in there, it would crack and break and you'd have a really big risk of falling. And with that, you're able to maintain that momentum going forward and up, and in 2 days' time, you arrive at the second shrine. This one's a little bit different in shape. It actually has three like kind of stone structures, but only one of them has that kind of basin with the frozen water. And you're able to set up in between all three of them, and pull out the stone. This stone is a deep, like, purple color. It again is warm to the touch. And as you set it on the ice, it immediately starts melting its way through the ice. The same process begins. That central one heats up first, and then it seems attached to the other ones that start to heat up and melt the ice around them. And maybe a little more quickly than before, because it is a warmer day out here. The ice breaks away enough to start letting that smoke kind of come out and surround you. And the warmth of these three stone structures is hotter and like more intense than the one that you had. And engraved in the middle one that you put the stone into, the words are etched. My will is unshakable. My focus unbroken. And so as you sit there and meditate on these words, the heat of the day and just the heat of these stone structures around you, like quickly warming up, almost like makes you want to potentially remove some of your garments, but you know that that's death out here. So you instead smartly continue to meditate as the heat kind of pushes around you, and focusing on those words, my will is unshakable, my focus unbroken. What do you think Dex sees as he begins having another vision? What thoughts or memories are drawn from his mind by those words?
Dex sees his time on the mountain, the training, struggling with the teachings and work around like the introspection and emotional stability, but still holding on to that rage as a child and being just too angry to give up, and knowing that like there's nowhere else for him to go if he doesn't do this. And that's maybe not even actually true, but in his mind at that time, this was it. It was this or nothing.
Yeah, a memory floats to you of a conversation you overhear where Monaghan and other mentors are having a conversation with Isabel over tea, and they're talking about how they're confused as to why she's holding on to you and not sending you back down to more basic training, that you are not ready, that you are impulsive, that you are a danger to yourself and others. And Isabel deflects their questions with humor, and then when they push a little bit harder, she stops for a moment and says, You don't know Dex like I do. There's more to him than his outbursts. Is he dangerous? Yes. And then one of the mentors says, does that mean you're willing to take him out if he steps over a line in the field? And Isabel, without hesitation, goes, you don't have to ask me that. You know the answer is yes. And like that like moment where like kind of like someone who's kind of become this figure to you, who's been taking care of you very, very cleanly and coldly saying like, yeah, of course I'll kill him if he steps over the line. Like makes you feel even more isolated and like a little bit like you've been failing so bad that like they even have to consider the fact that you could have to be executed for being too rageful.
Exactly. And I think the last part of this vision, maybe not chronologically, but like the last thought is like the hard-earned friendships of Ari and Blair and Nico, and choosing to just leave them behind to go on the Rite of Reflection. Because going out with Isabel, like ranging out, anyone who has a mentor does that, and you come back. You know, it's dangerous, right? And like maybe you get killed, but that's not at all in Dex's head at that point. But the Rite of Reflection is maybe I don't figure it out and I can never come back. But the only way I get to do this is to choose to leave them and risk leaving really the only friends I've ever had at this point.
Sure. So you kind of have that memory. It's Blair and Nico kind of standing back, having kind of said their goodbyes, and it's just you and Ari. And she's sitting there and you can tell she's like, it's not super common for people at the peak to like hold back their tears or like suppress like emotion like that. But she's trying to, if nothing else, you think for the sake of allowing a conversation to happen, as she kind of like, her breath is a little stuttered. She's, you know, occasionally wiping some tears. And then she goes, I mean, I think at the end of it, you're coming back, and that's just what I have to believe. I think we're gonna see each other again. Dex, you've been ready for this for months, long before Isabel even started throwing it around. I think she's known for a while. I know I have. So you go out there, and you take as long as you can, and if you have to come back before you're done, then you come back before you're done. We'll all be here. And Nico says, I mean, if you take too long, I might just end up being on my own right. And Blair like nudges Nico and goes, come on. And Nico goes, look, who am I kidding? I don't think any of us have progressed as far as you have, Dex. You got this. And Blair says, I look forward to meeting the man that comes back. And Ari kind of smiles and says, yeah, me too. And that's when, kind of in that bittersweet moment, the memory starts to fade and you find yourself just in darkness. And you hear like the sounds of them, what you think they might have been up to, the sounds of them training, the sounds of them wondering when you're going to come back. You hear Ari talking with Blair, saying like, Isabel hasn't heard from him in months. And then like Isabel letting out a sigh and saying like, he's got to just be busy. And you start realizing as you sit there in darkness, hearing their voices, you hear the process, which takes, by your accounting of time, hours, as no matter what you do, no matter where you go, no matter what you say or try, the voices of your friends and your mentor continue to assume along the way that you are not coming back, that you have perished out there. They get more and more emotional and more distraught as they are sure that you are dead. And you can't help them, and you can't reach out to them in any way. And it kind of reaches a point where you hear Isabel finally starting to talk to a new novitiate to take on as their mentor. And now I need you to roll a discipline check. At a -6.
These dice came to play today. That's 4 successes.
Okay.
These guys want the fucking belt.
4 successes. Okay. Noted for a thing that will come down the line. So eventually, Dex, you are able to eventually overcome the kind of innate panic you have of effectively being dead and being able to just like the torture of like being in this weird like purgatory where you can just hear your loved ones mourn your loss. How do you think Dex does that? Where do you think he draws from? What do you think he does?
I think it's a sort of distillation of the idea that he couldn't really communicate to Eloise and Porter and Gus in Las Viudas when he was being honestly childish and like trying to scare them off this path by coming on way too strong of like, this is always violent and dangerous.
Mhm.
And like gets at the actual core of the idea he was trying to communicate, which is as painful and scary as it is, sometimes there are things that we can't face for the people we care about. As much as we'd like to jump in front of it or shoot it for them or do something about it, sometimes they just have to deal with it themselves. And if Dex had died, this would have just happened. There's nothing he could have done about it. There would have been no way to change it. He would have had no hand in the matter. And that would have just been true. And being upset or scared or discouraged by that doesn't make it not true. And so I think in this moment, he's able to like pull on that training that the wardens gave him. And instead of what he would have done at the beginning of his training, which is just totally ignore those feelings and try and shut them out entirely to focus on the task at hand, he's able to instead actually let go of them.
Yeah, but there is no task at hand. You have enough time to confirm that as you are in a black void that has no response to anything you do.
Yeah.
So that's when you're finally able, like with nothing, literal nothing that you can even attempt to do, you're able to finally realize sometimes that's just how it is. and you let those feelings happen, you experience them, and you sit there and I think probably like in processing and feeling the emotions, like you cry and mourn your own loss.
Yeah, I think Dex, when he comes out of the vision, has like frozen tears on his face.
Absolutely. And that's what happens is eventually the darkness begins cracking around you, and you're so deep in the sauce of like feeling your feelings and understanding where they're coming from and understanding the insecurities that have like propped them up and fuel them. And instead of trying to stop that from happening, just understanding why it's happening, giving you the strength to keep going, is what allows these cracks to not dramatically like explode as the world reappears around you, just like start to spread and touch each other. And eventually the darkness is gone and you sit there for a little while longer, the warmth of the pyres starting to fade. But you look up and you see the frozen tears on your face are being thawed out by the half as large flame that sits before you. You think the flame has been going for some time because it is well into the night now. And you use that warmth that you have to set up camp. So, Eloise, Gus, and Porter, it has been 4 days, or 4 days have passed. We know what Porter's up to. Porter's been spending these 4 days kind of getting to know a little bit more about how the Wardens operate, and a significant amount of his time, you find, is spent slapping water.
Which he still somehow prefers to figuring out how to fucking meditate. It's just sitting there, all right? You're just supposed to not think about anything. It's not possible. It's not possible.
As you think those thoughts and get frustrated about, like, you know what, this is at least better than fucking meditating, god damn it, you look up and you see that for some time now, Monaghan has just been staring at you, waiting for you to stop and wait for him to start giving you the tempo.
Right, back on the rhythm. Got it.
Yeah, I guess he's really taking in touch with his Ictitarian side up here.
Yeah, so who wants to tell me what they've been doing for the last 4 days?
I've got something. Addie, would you like to go? Okay. Yeah, so Gus is a full warden.
Oh, cool. You just did it.
Yeah. I came by. I ran by Dex while he was sleeping. I gave him a little kiss on the forehead, and I kept going, and I did it.
Okay. Gus specifically, I need to have you roll initiative real quick now.
Yeah. I got 12 hits. Anyways, so Gus has been getting back in touch with himself a little bit from the hardships of being in Brimstone. He's doing a lot of meditation, a lot of his workouts, a lot of centering himself, helping out with like chores and odds and ends, trying to figure out legitimately the logistics of this place. Because like he grew up on a farm where like it was very clear of like you do these things to make this money to be able to achieve these things for the year. Like everything was very accounted for. He is not sure how this place stays open legitimately. I guess like people gather. So I don't like he is extremely curious about the logistics and finances of this place legitimately, but also he at some point I think has a conversation with Isabel.
Sure.
Which I don't know like where we want to come in, but those are the things that have been going on.
Well, one thing you get just by like trying to help out the stewards in their day-to-day is like, first off, they insist that you shouldn't. But really quickly realize
I can chop some wood. That's fine.
Yeah, well they like
look at me. I can just chop wood.
They're
Y'all
like,
have to. It's so cold up here.
They're like,
y'all gotta be using a ton of wood.
You really don't have to. Is the thing. It's our job. But I mean, if you wanna,
How are you getting paid up here though?
we're not.
Why are you? Are y'all learning to be gunslingers too? And they let you do it free if you cook the food?
We're learning here, but we're not. I don't want to be a gunslinger. I don't think I
What are
ever
you
did
doing?
want to be a gunslinger.
Well then, what are you doing up here? Sorry, what's your name? I didn't get your name. I'm
You're
Gus.
talking to Arthur, the same fellow who you met, or Austin. Sorry, Austin, the same fellow that you met when you got here.
Austin, what are you doing up here then?
Getting better.
Tell me more. Tell me more, Austin.
All right. Well, I mean, okay, you don't have to, but I do have to move these things into storage. So,
I will help you move these things into storage as payment for you telling me why you're up here and how you're getting better.
okay, well, that's their first problem. It's not a transaction, right? We're just folks helping each other. That's all.
Sure, but please do tell me, Austin. I'm on the edge of my dang seat.
I came to the peak just a year or two ago. I had heard about this place. I grew up in Tanner's Gulch.
I mean, I ain't heard of it, but
You
yeah,
have.
it sounds like it's town.
I think you probably
Oh,
have.
yeah?
It's actually pretty close to the Winona Valley.
Oh yeah, Tanner's Gulch. My friend Travis is from there.
And well, so I grew up there and I didn't really have nothing. And then I kind of just decided I was gonna try and get some work in the area, and I didn't have no skills, and so I started just kind of taking stuff, more or less. It didn't go so well, but I couldn't make money, and so I had to eat, and so I started stealing when I could. I got in some hot water with a carnival that rolled through town. I tried to take their cash box, and they didn't appreciate that too none. But there was a warden there, who smoothed things out, and well, I mean, they could have just let me walk on and move along, or maybe do something for them. And instead, they said they were heading this way, and I was welcome to join them. I didn't have.
I'm surprised a gunslinger saw you steal and didn't put you in the ground.
Well, he didn't see me do the stealing part. He saw me getting roughed up for the stealing part. But like, it's not. I didn't hurt no one. I never hurt no one. I didn't.
Sure.
I never. If ever I got caught or someone was there, I'd pull the plug and I'd go hungry for the night if I had to. I never wanted to hurt no one. I just took what I could without being caught. Anyways, it wasn't good living, and I had a lot of shame and guilt about it, and a lot of anger at the people who wouldn't pay me a fair wage. And anyways, I got brought here. They said I was welcome to come. They said free room and board if I just put in an honest day's work, and that's all I ever wanted, really, was comfort and a purpose. And well,
Sure.
I figured when I got here, they had all this mumbo jumbo and all these right side, and they're actual gunslingers. I mean, I had heard stories, but I didn't actually know a gunslinger was a real thing. I thought they were just people who were good at shooting, but this is the real deal. And well, I figured I'd stay here for a season or two. And yeah, at first I thought maybe I'd keep an eye out for something to take, but I didn't really want to do them wrong. They was good people. And I mean, they're real good at listening up here.
Yeah.
And they would talk to me when I wanted to talk, and I tried the water slapping thing a little bit, but that weren't for me. I just came up here to do work. And
Oh, you're a vegetarian.
what? No, I'm triptych,
fish
born
guy?
and raised.
Oh well. Well, I'm glad to hear Alana's path led you up here. I mean, sounds like it did you a lot of good.
I'm hoping so. I mean, I've been here for a couple years now, and I don't really see a reason to leave. I mean, they help people up here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it seems they do.
I still have a lot of problems, and I'm not. I just recently started realizing that it was okay to trust new people. They got that through to me. I don't know. They're good people, and they take care of people, and sometimes those people they train to become gunslingers, and sometimes those people they just move on. Sometimes they stick around like me. I mean, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be around, but I'm looking for a way out. I'm just here taking care of what needs to be taken care of, and then getting taken care of in return.
Yeah, that sounds really nice, Austin.
Yeah, it
Sounds like a great spot to be.
is. I mean, I could do with warmer weather, but I've gotten used to it.
Sure. Yeah, we all got something to get used to, I suppose.
Yeah.
Hey, Austin, let me ask you out of curiosity. That warden who saw you getting roughed up for stealing the box,
Mhm.
is that Isabel?
No. No, that was Esperon. Brianna Esperon.
Brianna Esper. Okay. Are they here?
Here? No. Brianna's been out for some time, actually. I don't know. She wasn't a stranger when I got here, but she didn't coddle me, and she had other business to attend to. She just made sure I got here. You know?
Huh.
She just kept me safe till
Sure.
I got here. She fed me along the way.
Huh. Might have to ask about that. Hey, thanks, Austin. Thanks for sharing your story. Looks like we got all the stuff in.
Yeah.
What
I mean, this is the last of the shipment from the Nomads that came in a few days ago.
Sure. And what do y'all trade with the nomads?
Well, we trade. I mean, we have ammunition. We trade a little
Oh,
bit,
sure.
but mostly,
Okay, yeah.
Nomads. I don't know. I think it goes back a while. I think the Zephyrs and the Peak go back for a while.
Sure.
Might even
Y'all
be.
farming up here? There ain't no way any crops are growing up here.
No,
tell me, Austin. You can't tell me, Austin.
I mean,
can't tell
we
me
got a
you're
small garden.
picking up carrots and peas.
We got a small garden, but it ain't nothing to write home about. No, we get most things
Sure.
delivered. We get it delivered once a month by the Zephyrs. I don't know exactly where it comes from. My understanding is the Peak has friends around, people that's been helped, people that trained here maybe and then moved on and are living a life elsewhere, but still taking the time to send a little bit this way. I mean, and he like opens up a crate. And you just see it's like mostly just provisions. It's like some supplies like blankets and stuff, but mostly it's like it looks like a food drive. It looks like it's like, non-perishable food. Just like fully like filling up the crate. I mean, the wardens they help a lot of people, and that's not even counting the people that they help, with the whole he like does like finger guns.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
These are just people that been here. I mean, they take people who come here looking for some answers, and those people find answers. I know I found some. I'm hoping to find some more.
Sure.
And I mean, hell, if I were to ever feel like I wanted to leave here and start making a living out there in the world the way most people do, well then I wouldn't forget the Peak. I'd kick back whatever I could. I'd take care of the people here the same way. I feel, it's only right.
Hey, that's really nice, Austin. Thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah. Of course.
And hey, let me know if I'm just trying to keep myself limber. Let me know if y'all got a bunch of wood needs chopping. It's honestly, it's more of full body work than you'd explain. A lot of that power comes from your legs and your back.
Okay, well, look, we do have. I'll show you where we keep the lumber at. I mean, we have plenty chopped, but sure. I mean, we ain't gonna stop you from helping out.
Be a favor
but
to
you
me,
don't. You don't
Austin.
have to. Is what
Honestly, hey, look, I'm taking care of you. You're taking care of me. So this seems like the Peak's whole thing. I'm happy to help out.
All right, let's go. And yeah, he shows you like where like they basically have like a big cedar, like a whole room like built out of like cedar wood type, like no humidity gets in here, and it's just a ton of like of dried out like wood that you're able to just like start. Like they have plenty chopped, like they don't need more chopped. But Austin goes, I mean, there's some that isn't.
Not for long, bud. I guess just gets to work. But then later on, either that day or maybe the next, Gus would love to have a conversation with Isabel.
Sure. Yeah. Isabel isn't hard to find. We'll say you find her, you go to her quarters. Like in the evening, sun is just setting. And you go, you knock on the door, and you hear Isabel's voice, come back. Come on in.
Yeah.
And you step in.
Do you mind?
And you see that she has made tea for two.
Oh, sorry. You expecting somebody? I can leave. It doesn't have to be. I can just talk to you later.
She grabs the pot and like starts pouring the tea to the cup across from her. And she goes, I am. Take a seat.
Oh, well, then I'll be quick. Sorry, I don't mean to take up too much of your time.
She just grins at that and is just doing the calculus in her head on how long she wants to let this go on for.
I think Gus takes a quick sip and then like really actually sort of enjoys the tea and like relaxes into himself.
As you relax into yourself, you see she sits back after pouring her cup, and then she pulls out a flask and pours a little bit of like brown liquor in there, and then like gestures the flask towards you.
Oh, well, I suppose I feel like you'd be impolite.
You can do whatever you want.
He holds out his cup.
She pours a little bit, and then tightens it up, sets it down, and she kind of leans back in her chair. Some of her armor has been doffed at this point, but she's still wearing that like scarlet, like red cloak around her shoulders. And like still has like the gauntlets on. Her gun's still like very much on her hips. But you can see like she's like removed like the shoulder plates of her armor and like the leg greaves. So she's just like basically has like the gloves and the breastplate on.
Sure.
And she like leans back, looking just slightly more casual than normal. Takes a sip, and says, "Well, took you long enough to get here. I mean, this is nice and dramatic and everything, but I set this up last night expecting you."
Oh, for me to get... Oh, you were expecting me. Oh, dang. You did that Dex thing where you know what someone's going to do before they do it.
Yeah, I caught you looking a couple
stuff.
times when we were crossing paths, and I figured you had something to say.
Yeah, I mean... I'm gonna be honest with you, Isabel. I mean, I've known Dex a lot, and he's talked a lot about you, and how great you are, and all the stuff that you learned from you. But really, what made me want to talk to you is the talk I had with Austin down in the. He's a steward.
Yeah, I know Austin. Good kid.
Yeah, he's a real good kid. But apparently, he was met up. He was thieving. Even for a living, he was brought up here.
I think you'd have a hard time finding people up here who don't have a checkered past.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know, Isabel. That's so strange because I don't know. One of the first, I think I'd known Dex for less than 24 hours. And we got attacked by some bandits, and I was holding a bandit up, and I was about to start asking him some questions, start talking to him a little bit. And he got shot. Which seems to be what happens to a lot of the bad folks around Dex, and I was starting to think that was sort of how things tend to go around here. But I was surprised to hear sometimes people do get given second chances.
We're not the Legionnaires. We don't just shoot someone for cheating at cards. We shoot people who hurt people, and we shoot people who are not ready to stop hurting people to learn their lesson.
Oh, that's interesting. That second part, because there's one who Dex let live. You may have met him out there. His name's Alf Ralston.
The
You
shy
seen
one.
him out there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know, he's had his whole sort of situation change in the last week or so. Hey, when we met him, he wasn't shy. In fact, he was quite confident in himself. Quite
He seems like
a lot of, forgive me for saying it, a little bit of a jerk.
he seems like maybe he's on the reform then. Your drifter friends are getting ready to go. They're leaving tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't really know them. I'm grateful for them. They rescued me out of Brimstone, but
From what I've heard, Alf is planning on staying.
oh, is honestly that's good for him. Especially hearing from what I've heard from Austin, because Alf, when we met him, he was not a good folk, but Dex let him live, and then I met him back later, and he's really come a long way. You know, Isabel, if I'm honest with you, this is my first job drifting. What's brought me here to you was my first job as drifter.
That is a shit first day, my friend. And she like clinks her tea glass against yours, and like it's weird because like
he's just holding it. He doesn't click back. He's just holding.
These are like antique, like handcrafted, like very nice tea glasses, and she like she doesn't like clink it hard or anything, but she does like it looks and feels weird, and she's like clink and casually like finishes her tea and then just pours from the flask into the cup instead of putting any more tea in.
Yeah, it's been rough. I clearly ain't made for that stuff out there. What I found is, I found a lot of folks doing the wrong things for the wrong reasons, or the right things for the wrong reasons, which is even worse somehow. Sometimes occasionally I found some folk who are doing the right things for the wrong reasons. Folks like Alf, and it got me thinking about how much of a difference I can make in this world, and by teaching people to do the right things for the right reason, because really it ain't the things that make the person, it's the reasons.
Well, I differ with you on there a little bit, but I understand where you're coming from.
Sure. Yeah, no, we look, I've been on the road with Tex for a little bit. It's become very clear that we have different philosophies, but there's one, I don't know, there's one story in the Verities that I like, and it got brought to mind recently because Alf told me it's his favorite too. I thought that was a little funny. It's when Alana laid down with the axe handle hounds, and she went into their den, knowing full well the reputation that axe handle hounds have as vicious animals, as animals that would gang up on you in a pack, and they do what it takes to survive.
Yes.
She laid down with them.
Opportunistic scavengers willing to take a bite out of the nearest piece of warm flesh when they wake. Is that the line from the Verity of Instinct, I think?
It's yeah, that's the story. That's how it begins. Are you do you walk the path of Alana as well?
I have no opinion on religion. Religion is politics, and that has been the death of many a young, beautiful person in the past, and I stay well clear of it.
Well, as an old ugly bastard, I tend to engage with it as much as I can.
You have that privilege, yeah.
Find it does me a lot of good. But Alana lays with those axe handle hounds, and upon giving them a chance to buck their reputation, they do. And I found such heart in it when Alf did the same, and found more heart in it, much more, in fact, when I found that Austin was given that chance by your group, by your guild. The second chances is not something typically ascribed to the gunslinger out in the world, wherever they come from, whatever they do. You know, a lot of people, you mess up once around a gunslinger, it's the last time you ever mess up, right?
Well, that kind of brings me back to the way I initially put it, Mr. Gurley. When it comes down to it, at a certain point, you have to decide how many people you're willing to put at risk to give someone another chance. And that entirely falls on the willingness of someone you can't control. So,
Sure.
in those moments, you got to play it by ear. I mean, the way of the gun is different for every guild.
Sure.
And I only can speak for the wardens, but I know that we pride ourselves on looking inward thoroughly so that we can understand others at a deeper level than most. The better you understand yourself, you know, there's this whole thought of know thy enemy. You can never really truly know anyone but yourself. So you might as well use yourself as the template for what you can understand about other people. Anything anyone tells you, anything you see, it's going to be colored by your experiences and the way you see the world.
Yeah. And I guess if you're trying to know thy enemy, and sometimes your worst enemy is yourself, there ain't nothing better you can do.
Everyone's worst enemy is themselves at some point, sometimes multiple points.
Yeah.
But everything is situational, Mr. Gurley. We will gun down somebody if it means saving another life, because the taking of a life is final. Which I think is the part that you rub up against. My guess. You don't like that person's not given another chance beyond that, but the problem is, if they're not at a point where they are willing to understand and change, even a little bit, even temporarily, then they're going to hurt more people if you let them walk. So, we don't.
Yeah. I guess that's the difference between, you know, sort of the line I walk and the line y'all walk is, I suppose I'm more interested in the folk that, well, they ain't made their choice yet, or they're ready or in a place to learn or could be. I suppose there's a part for triptycism and the faith and walking the path of Alana, and there's a part for folks who are so off balance that they can't help but knock other people off the way.
I'm willing to believe I have killed many a person who could eventually have changed themselves. But I'm one woman, Mr. Gurley, and I am a spectacular woman. But I only have so much time here, and I'll help the most people by making sure that few people get hurt than I hurt.
Yeah. It sounds like you could use some help on people's paths before they get to you.
How do you mean, Mr. Gurley? Are you planning on joining Mr. Janus up with Monaghan? I'm so happy that he took my tip on that. It's been a real treat watching.
Oh, is that you that said him? Okay,
I just mentioned to Monaghan that Mr. Janus might need some one-on-one tutoring.
Yeah. No, I ain't falling that. Heck, if I slap that water, it ain't getting back up. I can tell you that. But I don't know. I don't know. I got one last question for you, and I'll get out of your hair. I'll let you get to your next appointment. But
she glances out where she has an open like shutters looking out into the night, and she glances for a second, and goes, "I have all the time in the world, Mr. Gurley."
Oh, well, well, then I'll ask you one more question. Then I don't know. I can stop throwing haymakers at you, and we can just have a sort of sparring session.
These are haymakers, she says as she takes your empty glass and starts just pouring the liquor in it, and then pours one to herself and slides that one over to you. And she goes, "I don't know. You look like you got a mean right hook."
Yeah, my arms could throw way bigger hooks than my mind ever could, and I
One and
think
the
that's
same, my
gonna be the
friend.
way it is.
One and the same.
Hey, I'll cheers to that. That's a strong tea. That's a strong tea. I guess I don't know. How can you be sure that you got so many folks coming in and out of here, and so many people going out there to affect the world? How do you be sure at the end of the day you're meditating before bed? How do you be sure that you're having the right effects on the world?
You can't. You can't know for sure. If you find you made a mistake, you learn from it. You do the best you can in every situation, every day. But only a very, very few exceptionally special people get to wear these guns. We
Sure.
do a good job of weeding out the ones who shouldn't be here or aren't ready to be here.
And I think at that, Gus looks out and sees the second pyre lit.
Yep.
And like gestures out the window to Isabel. Yeah. I think I get you. I suppose here's to the ones we ain't got to worry about doing a mighty good in that world. Here's a Dex.
I'll drink to that. She cheers, takes a sip, and like kind of sits there and looks at the fire for a second and goes, "Good. He's making good time."
Yeah, y'all make it's so he's just got to climb a mountain for a week. Yeah, he ain't got to shoot a mountain. I expected more shooting to be honestly. I expected way more shooting to be involved.
Mr. Gurley, if you're going to have me reveal the secrets of the well ancient ritual of the Ascent, the most guarded and revered practice of the Wardens of the Silent Peak, we are going to need more than a flask. And she reaches down and pulls out a bottle and uncorks it and just like takes a swig, and she goes, "To Dex," and then slides the bottle over to you.
Well, I'm sleeping in tomorrow, I suppose. To Dex.
She does not tell you any more about the Ascent, but she does talk to you for the rest of the night. You learn a few things. You learn some stuff. So Isabel, as per advertised by Austin, Isabel is an excellent listener. And she seems to take a special joy in hearing the stories of others, which is actually something that probably like warms your heart quite a bit. That's a very triptych mindset, right? Mm-hmm. Is like you have a moment with somebody as you cross paths. Don't just be ships crossing in the night, be like friends around a campfire for that time. And she falls like right into that. And as it goes on, you guys are drinking pretty heavily. She tells you about random times that she had on the road with Dex. She's like laughing, and she's like, the poor boy had no idea I had glued it into the holster, and he just kept struggling. He struggled for so long. He had another gun is the thing, and he
always breaks them both out.
He threw him completely off his rhythm. It was a sight to see.
There could be half a guy. Duck's got to get out both his guns.
Oh my god. And I took out basically all of them while he sat there and tried to figure out what he had done wrong with his gun. He thought he had jammed it in there too hard or something. I don't know. The poor boy. And eventually he realized that it was well and good in there. And
Oh man, I'll tell you what.
He did his job after that.
That's a story going to stick with me. I'll tell you what.
Oh man, it's not something that the wardens would like. I mean, the weapon is sacred, and oh god, I felt bad watching the boy clean it up afterwards. I gave him a stern look, and I made it. It was a lesson. He had to learn his lesson. He had to learn the deeper meaning of the super glue on the barrel of his gun. Perhaps it was the weight of his own inaction that held his hand. Oh, it's just you just stare at them and you let them figure it out. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
you don't need.
They'll make up a lesson.
That's it. That's all it is. You sit there, you figure out what they need, and you just kind of let them have the space.
Glue their guns into their holster. And you hope they figure it out.
I gotta tell you, it was a long time out on the trail. I needed some entertainment. Dex, yeah. I love the boy. He's amazing. He is a little stale in the conversation department.
He's we read a lot of Light in the Darkness.
No. No, really. Oh my god. I now that I think about it, I remember, yeah. I think I saw him start that off. It was a little bit before he went on the right. We were out of town and he came back with he was a little secretive about it. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think maybe he thought I would come through here. I think he thought properly that I would make fun of him for it.
No, I don't. But wait, Rico ain't never come through here, did he? Did Rico do the Ascent?
Did you? You're fucking with me.
No. Yeah, no. I know the stories are all made up and stuff, and there's it says on the front, like, written by whatever. But, no, the real Rico, did he ever come through here?
Would I know if he did?
Yeah. Yeah, his name's Rico Kazak.
She just starts laughing.
Oh, I guess he didn't.
No, I guess he didn't. I never met a Rico Kasich, Mr. Gurley, never once in my life.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Hey, to Rico Kasich, wherever he may be.
Oh my god. And she clinks the glasses. And then looks at the bottle, and the bottle is empty, and she goes, well, Mr. Gurley, it's been a pleasure. That's all I have in the way of booze, unless I wanted to walk down the hall, and that's an awful long way.
I wouldn't make you do that.
It's way too narrow. These halls, they're always so narrow.
Why do they make them so... Aren't there ain't no... I have a lot of trouble with these hallways.
Yeah, I bet you do. You're broad. You're as broad as an Ache.
Yeah. They don't make these hallways for strong folks?
No. I mean, I've met gunslingers that put on the muscle, but I don't know if I've ever met someone. She just gestures to you you top to bottom, goes with your whole thing going on.
Yeah, no. When you're a farmer during the day and your hobby is boxing, you tend to get pretty big pretty fast.
She sits there for a second, thinks for a little bit longer than she has to. Her hand moves up and touches her lip a little bit as she's thinking, and she goes, I think it's time for us to say goodnight.
Yeah, I need to sleep before I throw up.
Yes, you do, big boy.
Hey, it's great talking to you, Isabel.
She helps you up, goes over to the door, and then stops for a second and seems to sober up just a little bit as she puts a hand on your shoulder and points out the window as the fire is getting a little bit lower. And just a little bit smaller. It will burn probably through the night. But it's the initial burst is much bigger. And she goes, he's a good kid. And he ain't gonna surround himself with people who aren't good.
No, yeah, we're some of the best. Porter's got to figure his shit out.
I think all of you do.
Yeah. Look, we've been put through a lot of stuff.
But if this ain't the stuff that makes you figure your stuff out, I don't know what is.
There's a weight. There's a weight you carry, Mr. Gurley. All the muscles in the world ain't gonna help you carry it.
Well, dang, Izzy, I guess on that, I'll try to go sleep. Thanks. Jeez. Yeah, no, hey, look. Sometimes Dex does that too, where he says something, and you think about it 6 days later as you're trying to go to sleep, and you're like, Dex, dang it. I guess now I see where he gets it from.
That's my boy.
Yeah. All right. Well, good night to you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Door's always open. She shuts it in your face loudly.
Oh god, these dang hallways. Okay, I'm just gonna. He puts his hands up to like guide himself down the hallways without bruising his shoulders.
There's like ornate like artwork and like statues and like other like mirrors and like dressers and stuff and like some incense burning and candles, and you're like, you have to struggle so hard not to just leave a path of destruction.
There's an art over there. That one's on fire. That one looks nice and expensive. Okay, and the left turn. Nope. Where am I?
And with that, we're gonna move back to Dex, who gets +1 grit from the pack walk.
Hey, pack walk, what's up?
And Dex, you have another leg before you make it to the third shrine, which you know is actually relatively close to the true Silent Peak, the Sanctum of the Silent Peak that resides here on this mountain. Let's go ahead and knock these rolls out of the way, and then I think we might be about to take our break here in a minute. But first things first, I need you to roll a survival check to try and effectively map out the best pathing you can. And this one is going to be at a -12.
Oof. Well, I've got one number that's still good.
Did you get
I
it?
did roll one.
Yes.
Okay, well, I have 0 liability, and also the one explodes. Yeah, I am. I am gonna go with strong on this.
Okay, you are down to 1 grit.
Yeah. But that does mean I don't have my survival kit, so that doesn't count. I have 3 successes.
Okay.
I got a 1, a 4, and a 6, and man, on most negatives, the 4 and the 6 still would have gone through.
Okay. So, you got 3 successes?
I did.
Okay. So you know that this journey is shorter, but it is more harrowing. You are at a extremely high altitude, which brings with it a ton of things that you need to be aware of for acclimating to the change in pressure and the change in air density and all that other shit. And it's bad. It's bad and it's rough. The terrain is rough. And the good weather breaks and you have true like winter stormy like mountaintop weather like cutting through at this high altitude. It's bad. Most mountaineers would either set up camp and try to wait this out or turn back at this point. But you push on. You push on, and I need you to roll endure or survival because you have the tools for it at a -4.
Okay. That's 3 successes.
Okay. Dex, you take 6 fatigue damage.
Okay.
So that's direct to hit point damage.
Yeah. Can I obviously, like, this is an initiative and it's over many days. Can I use my resilience roll?
Oh, yeah.
Cool. I do.
Cool.
That's wild. It's a very good roll, but I just rolled 4 2s.
Woo.
So ultimately, I take 2 fatigue damage.
Okay. You get +1 grit from Boo in the chat.
Oh, thank you. I'll use this, certainly. I'm in danger.
As this journey takes you just a little under 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And even as you approach the area where you like the cold is getting to you, the altitude is getting to you, your breathing is labored, it's difficult. You can feel the change in, like, because you've been trained to detect it. Like your cardiovascular system, like your heart is like trying to adapt to the change in altitude, but you are moving too quickly to give it the time it needs. So it is overtasked. And you start approaching the third shrine, where there is just one very big stone like carving that has this big basin. And as you start approaching it, because you know the distance from this one to the sanctum. The sanctum is pretty close. You know that if you don't rest after this trial, if this trial takes the same amount of time as the other trials have, you will be able to reach the sanctum in time to make good on Isabel's bet.
Mm-hmm.
But if you rest, you will not make good on Isabel's bet.
Sure.
And you get there, you pull out a deep, like, forest green stone, and you set it on the water, which the ice begins to melt, the stone sinks down, the bubbles come up. It takes way longer, the cold biting at you for longer than any other shrine, as it takes a while for this big stone like carving to begin to start to melt. And then eventually the fumes of the incense start to like pour out, and the warmth starts to cover you. But that's mostly where your 2 damage comes from. You've pushed yourself to the edge, and then you don't get that immediate relief as you sit there. And eventually, as the warmth starts to wrap around you, you see the inscription on this shrine appear as the ice melts. And it says, "I am resolute. I reflect on the silence and know myself." And the smoke begins wrapping around you, the wind cutting it away from you. It takes just a little bit longer for you to start to fully fall into a meditative state, inhale the fumes of the incense, and a vision is brought forth to you as you think on those words. "I am resolute. I reflect on the silence and know myself." What do you think Dex sees?
So Dex hears and sees the complete and total silence he experiences during every showdown. He sees himself in the valley with Alf as all of the noise of the world fades out, as Alf is making his challenge, and Dex is like starting to rely on reading lips and just intention and body language to know how this is going to go. he remembers the like glade of trees with the Black Star mercenary who decided he would rather die than give up information. And in Tex's mind, like there was probably wind, but in the memory, it is perfectly still and totally quiet. Um, he remembers the absolute chaos of the street in Las Brasas with Orion becoming just this perfect corridor with only him and Orion and nothing else around. And he remembers absolutely refusing to let Schaefer speak another word after it became clear how this was going to go.
Go ahead and roll a discipline check for me at a -9.
Okay. These babies came to play. They want to be in the visions, Tommy. That's 4 successes.
4 successes. Nice. +1 grit to you from Argitlam.
Oh, thank you.
No, this is a title opportunity.
So what happens there is you experience all of those memories effectively at the same time. Basically what happens is the wind of this horrible like night on the mountain is shoving so much of this like incense away from you that even the warmth kind of buffeting against the storm is struggling. And it takes you an extremely long amount of time before you're even able to start feeling the effects of the fumes. And that's when you start to feel all of these moments kind of come. And at the same time that, like, in those memories, that, like, that silence falls upon you, like, you are able to harness that calm and shut out the sound of the storm entirely. The wind is beating against your eardrums, the cold cutting against the back of your neck as it fights the warmth that is in front of you. And this kind of like swirl of wind as like hot air comes from the front and cold air comes from the bottom or comes from behind, like just like sweeps around you, like cutting into your senses, like making this like truly like ear splitting, like whirring in your ears. And at the same time, in all of those memories that you kind of focus in, that sound disappears and those memories come to a close. And you sit there and you meditate for a while longer, getting rid of the feeling of the warmth in front of you and the cold behind you, the feeling of the wind cutting across you. You don't find yourself in that same void that you were in before. You know where you are. You are aware of the experiences your body is having. You are aware of the senses that your body has telling you that there's warmth here, cold here, wind here, your knees hurt, your hands hurt. That cut that you got on the way up here is like still healing. Like all this stuff is something that you are aware of but are not experiencing. As for a little bit, you truly and wholly meditate in pure silence, detaching yourself from your physical form and accessing some part inside you that allows you just to sit there in silence until finally you think you're ready to experience those feelings again. And that's when they kind of ease back in. It's not a rush. It's not a like aggressive sensation. You allow them back in and the warmth comes back. The cold comes back. The aching comes back. The drain of this experience slowly reforms around you. And you feel this kind of thing, like these senses, these experiences that you are having in this moment is almost like another layer of clothing over who you are. You are aware of the separation from them and you. You open your eyes. And the fire burns in front of you.
I take a minute. I look at that cut, like on my forearm that I got climbing up. Try and gauge how severe it really is. Look ahead at the path ahead.
There's stairs for the first time.
That's easier. And I think about there is no bonus in this trial for doing it fast. There is every incentive to just rest here. Except there's other things that are happening in the world that I have to deal with. And so I get up and I start making my way up the stairs.
Cool.
And then, only then, after I've already decided, I like chuckle. Okay, I'll win your fucking bet.
Like one step on the ice-laden stairs carved into this mountain hundreds of years ago, and you realize, like, fucking Isabel. You take another step and make your way up into the swirling, stormy night as you approach the sanctum of the Silent Peak. That's where we're going to take our break. That's where we're going to take our break. We are going to make this a relatively shorter break. I got 10:50 roughly on the clock. We're going to try and get back here at 11 Central because there's still a couple more things that need to happen this session. So I'm going to go ahead and say we'll be back in roughly 10 minutes. Refresh your drinks, go to the bathroom, ponder on what the final trial might be.
What can it be?
Also, what's Eloise been up to this whole time? We might find out. But we're gonna.
Silent Peak can fly now.
But we are going to go on break. We'll be right back. We'll see you guys when we return. fact. Oh my god, Roman, that face. And we're back. We're back from our break. Those of you who might just be joining us, Dex has been on what is known as the Ascent. It is a ritual for the wardens of the Silent Peak, for their novitiates to graduate to becoming true gunslingers and getting their guild buckle as well as their hard caliber pistols. He is on, he's approaching day 7 of his journey up the Silent Peak. He is now decided that he wants to push on despite his exhaustion and his minor injuries from his truly harrowing journey here. But he has reflected on the mantra of the wardens and is prepared for his final trial, a trial steeped in mystery unknown. Meanwhile, Porter has started doing some rudimentary warden training, regardless of if he wants to become a warden or not. As it has been established, not everyone who does this training does become a warden, but Porter is kind of stuck here slapping water. And Gus had a night of drinking and sharing stories and conversing with Isabel Guerrero, Dex's mentor, gunslinger mentor. We don't know what Eloise has been up to, and we still won't, because we're going to stick with Dex for just a little bit longer. Dex, you climb up these stairs. Honestly, compared to climbing the mountain, this is cake.
Yeah, these are stairs.
Your body is sore. You are tired. You have been pushing through difficult nights. You have done a significant amount of effectively emotional labor. And you have made your way here to the stairs that lead to the sanctum of the Silent Peak. And as you make your way up, you see, by the light of the 2 moons of Manifest, cutting through the clouds and the snow, you see, built into the side of the mountain, not necessarily a structure that stands alone, but an entrance into the mountain that has been carved out, with ornate stonework. You see the sanctum, and as you approach, stepping out of the shadows of that sanctum, you see 2 wardens, immediately identifiable by their guild buckles and their firearms. They step out as you approach, and one of them signs to you without speaking, and they say, "Your name is what?"
I would know that this is a place of, it's in the name. I would know you're not supposed to talk here, right?
It's never been explicitly said, but it is called the Sanctum of Silence.
Follow their cues.
Yeah.
I'm a very good read of people. Yes. I infer that I am to sign back.
You can tell that these people can speak. They are choosing not to.
Yeah.
I guess you would probably have at least heard, if not had confirmed rumors, that people who spend time here, because you know that wardens cycle in and out. This is too high of an altitude for anyone to live for a prolonged period of time. But basically, like, every like handful of months they cycle in and out, and while they're here, they swear a vow of silence for the duration that they're here.
Yeah, I sign back Dexter Bailey.
And then the other one says, "Your purpose is what?"
I'm here to complete the Ascent.
And then the first one signs, "What do you fear?"
I think Dex sits there for a while and thinks, and like some things pop up. Like is about to say like being unable to protect the people I care about, but like this journey has shown him a thing that he's always known in the back of his mind, that like you just can't always do that. And then like death pops up and is very quickly, no, that's just not honest.
You don't see a trace of impatience on either of their faces. They sit there and wait, and they are happy to do so.
After like I think maybe like 5 or 10 minutes of silence and really thinking, Dex comes upon the thing that actually like brings up an actual fear response in him, and he signs back. Leaving a wrong I can fix unrighted.
The second one begins to sign. Below, in the heart of the silent peak, your greatest foe awaits. Your last true challenge in life. Your opponent will not yield. You must be swift and certain to survive. And if you are not ready, you will perish. Once you choose to descend into this mountain, you will either emerge a corpse or a warden. Nothing else. Do you understand?
Dex is walking as he nods.
You step up a few more steps, and the other one signs, "This is your final chance to return to your training. There is no greater strength than knowing when one is not prepared."
I think for the first time on this mountain, like obviously the ways in which Porter and Eloise and Gus have sort of like rubbed off on him and influenced him have come up in his journey and like his emotional labor. The most obvious one is when he signs back, "If I'm not ready, we got bigger problems."
You step past these two who part as you walk up, and in the dim candlelight of this sanctum, which somehow buffets against the cacophony of the wind outside, you see standing there, first the silhouette of, and then the face of, Isabel Guerrero. And she steps up and sets on a pedestal in front of her something wrapped in ornate ancient cloth. And she signs to you, "These weapons were destined for you, Dexter Bailey. Crafted in the winter of the year 173, first wielded by Sidney Amano, given to Ezra Bassett in the year 240. Thought lost for nearly 100 years after his passing, before reclaimed by Asher Watanabe in the year 367. They have waited for you. Wield them now with the lessons of your past, and care for them in the future with the wisdom you have yet to gain. Take them with you, and may your heart, mind, and hands aim true." And she gives you a wink.
I resist the urge to sign back something cheeky. And I will unwrap these guns.
You see before you, wrapped in this cloth, a gun belt without a warden's buckle, but with 2 weapons of warden making. These beautiful, ornate, warm-colored metal 6-shooters. The slight hum of their hard caliber components, less able to be heard than felt as your hands reach towards them. And in the moments that your fingers touch the metal, you feel that hum kind of extend, and you see just the faintest glow within these etched figures in the barrel. As you take the belt, remove your novitiate belt, set it on the pedestal, and clip these gunslinger guns onto your hips. When you look up, Isabel is standing there with tears in her eyes, and the 2 other wardens stand by a doorway, waiting for you to go down the stairs that it leads.
I get down to the door and I sign back to Isabel. So, what do you win? And then I open the door before she answers.
You open the door. A long, winding staircase leads you down deep into the heart of this mountain. No exits, no additional door, nor additional paths, just one stone staircase that seems to wind for some time. You make your way down there, and eventually you step into a cavern. A cavern of seemingly natural making. The masterful and ancient stonework that led you here gives way to an open, empty, purely silent space. The candlelight that led you here gave way many steps ago. You've been walking in darkness. And as you step out, you see, because your eyes have somewhat adjusted and there's a little bit of light coming down the stairs behind you, you see the shape of definitely of warden making, like this brazier of flame, much like what they have at the peak. And next to it, you kind of can feel with your hands and see just the outlines of with your eyes from the light behind you. The like workings to like lighting this flame.
Yeah, I'll pick up the tools and I'll strike it and light the flame.
Cool. It doesn't take very long. It probably the loudest thing you've heard in some time is the crackling and roar of this fire you just lit. Your eyes actually like are pained as they have to adjust to the brightness of the flame that you just lit, which raises high above your head and illuminates a significant amount of this cave. You can barely see the tips of stalactites that are peeking down from the ceiling above you. No idea how far up it goes and how large these stone structures are. Ahead of you, casting large, ominous shadows, these large stalagmites and boulders and so on shine outward. And you hear, before you see, something approaching you in the darkness. You hear it, and then you feel it, as there is a slow, loud, heavy movement heading your way. Just it starts with the sound of stones being shifted, something big and massive moving along the surface of this cave. It stops for a minute, and then it happens once more. And then you hear and the first thing you see is the glint of the fire in two large, massive eyes attached to a form bigger than you've ever seen. As it inches forward out of the shadows, cracking and brushing up against the stalactites and stalagmites alike, you see the large reptilian form of an ancient, massive Gaurau. Its eyes regard you. Its massive, ancient horns, bigger than most buildings, scrape along the floor as its huge, massive claws touch the ground, just barely at the edge of the light, and its head reaches out, and it seems to regard you. And I need you to roll.
Dex thinks and is able to keep himself from saying out loud, I'm so fucking bad at animals.
I need you to roll initiative.
Hey, well, it's a pretty good roll. But it's not really anything to do. I have a 7. Unless Porter's slapping water.
Nope.
Confers any bonuses.
Okay, couple things. I'm going to spend 2 grit to twist the knife.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, for good measure, spend 4 grit to cowboy up, which means I go first in initiative unless you spend 4 grit to cowboy up and beat my initiative. And my initiative is an 8.
No, that's yours. Spent 6 grit at it. You take this one.
The breath of this thing moves the flames of this massive roaring fire you've made. This thing is the biggest living creature you've ever seen, and is probably the biggest just thing you've seen that isn't a mountain. As it regards you with these dark, cold, unfeeling eyes, the flames mirrored in the pupils of this thing. You could lose yourself trying to swim in the size of these eyes. And in this moment, as it looks at you and you stare back, the lessons of the climb hit you. And they hit you slightly sideways, as like you realize like your hackles are up, and you are, all those like fears and concerns that you had along the way, that anger that you felt, that feeling of failure, and then that fear of not being able to help, and finally that like need to silence the world around you in order to focus, all hits you right at the same time. Not excessively hard. In fact, based on the discipline rolls you've been rolling to reduce this negative that I set prior to this session, you are only at a -6 for everything right now. as
Okay.
the delayed effects of the drugs you inhaled kick in. And all of those things you sat there and thought about, those initial fears hit you one last time. And now I need you to roll a discipline check, because this Gaurau is going to use its reflexive insight to use an insight power against you as a free action.
Okay. It takes a -1 to this test.
You also... Oh, no, never mind. That's a different thing. Yes. You're at a -6. It's at a -1. Okay. You are up against a 12.
I will spend 3 grit and go at strong.
Okay.
And I have a 14.
Perfect. That flame that you see reflected in the eyes seems to build around this thing's pupils into its massive, huge reptilian eyes, the colors of which become pure fire. You see that same color rush across its face and down its body, the end of which you cannot see, as between the scales you see just the massive, just briefly get a flash of the truly massive form of this thing. Like, this thing is like laying down in a cave, and that cave goes further than you can see based on the flash of light you just got along this thing's body. And you feel this pressure push around you that you are trained to fight against, and you put up those barriers and you hold on to what makes you you, and this insight power washes over you. And now with its focused action, it's going to do it again. This is beyond perfect. I will spend 3 of my grit, or no, 2 of my grit to play to the gallery, so I can count this 15.
See, this roll that I did right here, this is why I spent grit on the first one. I have a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 6, and there's just nothing to do about that. I use Shielded Psyche, and I resist this power.
Yes. I would have gotten 4 net successes over you. But because you have the talent Shielded Psyche, you can shut this one down, even though you would have failed it otherwise. So that pressure washes over you, and you're like, okay, I got it, insight power. And then it lingers and pushes in from all sides. And when I say pushes in, it's not your body that feels pressure. It's you. You feel it starting to chip away, like starting not to chip away, to attempt to chip away, to put pressure on who, like, your sense of self. And you feel its intent, this intent to make you subservient to it, this attempt to take away who you are and supplant it with something that makes this creature like that serves this creature, something that is not you. And you feel this hunger and this desire to make you willingly be its food for tonight. And as like the cracks in your persona start to form, you find that silence and they disappear, and that pressure comes off of you. And it's your turn.
Uh, I I start to go for my gun. And then I think Dex is not good at animals, but he knows things about animals. And this doesn't even really require you to know things about animals to just see a thing of this size and know, like, I cannot defeat this creature in a fight. Even if I landed an extremely good shot, like right in the eye that went straight into its brain, like it would probably live long enough to still kill me.
Yeah. In this picture, this nail is bigger than you are.
And so I think Dex starts to go for his gun. And then like gauges a path back to the staircase, because that passage is much too small for this thing to follow, right?
Correct.
And then as much as Dex would love to just turn around and walk away, absolutely fucking books it out of this room. Like I have the moment, the thought of like, I think I understand what this trial is. And it would be so cool. It would be very Rico Kazak to just turn around and walk away. This thing is huge. It might get me if I take my time here. And I will spend my focused action to leave.
Sure. You turn and run. This pyre that you've lit is pretty far from the door that you came down. You found it basically based on the fact that your eyes had adjusted to the total darkness, and that little bit of light that was coming down the staircase was able to give you a silhouette of it. So you sprint as fast as you can. You run almost all the way to the door. And that's when one thing hits you. Your turn is over. It is now the Gaurau's turn. You are almost to the door, and it makes no move to pursue you or attack you. And it doesn't do anything with its turn. It doesn't even try to bend your will to it. It's your turn again.
I will turn back and look at this thing.
You turn back you covered a lot of ground. You are right at the mouth of this door, and you realize like it should have been able to get me. Even a creature that big would be able to like slam one of its claws down or something. Like it has enough movement in this cave. You think it could have gotten you at this point, or at least could have assaulted your mind once more.
It could have done something to try and get me.
Yeah. And you get to the door and you stop, not past the threshold of the door, and you turn back around, and it hasn't moved at all. Its paws, its giant, massive, like fucking building-sized claws crossed sphinx-like in front of it. as it looks at you with those eyes and seems to want to see what you do.
I start thinking through, like, okay, obviously the trial is not kill this thing because there are other wardens, and this is clearly very old. So there's not just a new one down here every time someone does the ascent.
You're bad at animals, but you know Gaurau don't get this big.
This is too big.
This is, you've like heard about Gaurau's, and like even the people who were like drunk being like, I seen a Gaurau once. It was the size of 3 airplanes. And you're like, this thing's arm is the size of 3 airplanes.
I guess I will sign at this thing. Do you understand me?
I won't make you roll discipline. It seems to know sign language.
What is the purpose of this trial? That's a dumb question. You would have answered the first one if you could respond.
Its eyes are like looking at its hand. Like, it's such a small movement for it to look at your hands and look at you, but you can still see as it's like watching you.
Can you show me why you're here?
Roll discipline for me.
Still at a -6?
No. You've overcome the fears of your past.
I got a high of 11, but 4 successes.
How many over a 6?
2.
Its eyes almost imperceptibly move to your belt. They look at the guns, and they linger over where the buckle would be.
I will pull one of the guns out of the holsters. Like finger off the trigger and hold it up.
This thing starts moving back a little ways into the shadows. Not as though it's afraid of the gun, but as though it is accepting the gun as a means to walk forward.
I will draw the other one in a similar, like, not non-threatening, but this seems to be what it wants, and I will approach, I guess, the like giant brazier.
Sure. As you do, the gun's fully drawn out of the holsters. As is your training, you only draw them when necessary. You see the figure etched into the barrel, wrapping around the barrel, twinned on both sides of each barrel, is that of a Gaurau. And you continue forward and into the shadows. As you move, at the edge of where your vision will allow, there is another brazier.
I move up to it.
You walk disconcertingly close to the massive, looming claw of this creature. You light the fire, it lights up, and the creature slides that paw back. And you see a little shrine there. And etched into that shrine is, I am the bulwark on which darkness shatters. unmoved in the eye of the storm. My will is unshakable, my focus unbroken. I am resolute. I reflect on the silence and know myself. And there, placed on the shrine, is a belt buckle.
I will sign up to this dragon. Thank you. And take the belt buckle.
And you grab the buckle, you begin walking away, and as you get towards the other brazier, the fire behind you goes out as the fucking Gaurau puts out the fire with its paw. And you walk up the stairs, and the light behind you goes out again as the Gaurau puts out that flame. And then you hear it recede back into the heart of the mountain. The last thing I'll give you with your discipline roll from before is that is its purpose right now. But that Gaurau is here for a reason. And most people don't even make it as far as you did. And you think back to the times you've heard about people who have failed this task and have died. And they're, according to what people have said, their bodies were left on the mountain. You didn't see any bodies. You saw no sign of like people who froze to death up here.
Well, I suppose that's a question for another time. I'll make my way back up the stairs.
Eloise! It's been 7 days, Eloise. What have you been up to during those 7 days?
Mostly I've been sort of trying to find a routine. After sort of my saying goodbye to Dex and all of the sort of terrible things leading up to that, I kind of had a little bit of like, okay, like I'm a little bit done, and so I like first I tried to do like nothing, but like I can't do nothing. And then I tried to make something, but I didn't really have any cubes, and I didn't want to ask anybody. But I did find someone who had some extra paper. And so I started writing. So there wasn't a whole lot of me to be seen. I mean, I went to every meal because I didn't want anybody barging in being like, you're starving yourself or whatever. Like, I wasn't being dramatic. I just wasn't kind of engaging. Well, I could write with like in my notes in my Omni tool. I wanted to write on paper, or at least like a digipad or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because what I had to do, and conveniently, there's a lot of journals here. So there's a lot of paper, and so I wrote about 17 drafts of the letter that I wanted to write. Before I got it, I think, the way I want it to be. So that when we leave here, I can have a message sent to my home asking them for a favor. Because what I want, I realized, is not to when everything was real terrible in the in Brimstone, I wasn't I was thinking about everybody else for the whole time until that moment when I realized that I was going to die because I was thinking about everybody else. And I was thinking about how everybody left me and has left me, and how I've been circulating my life around people who keep leaving. And so I wrote this letter to my sibling Clover. They're the one who wrote me most recently, the last time I checked, when we were in Las Brasas, kind of when everything kicked off here with all of this terribleness. And it's basically a promise that I will come home if the Januses in Markham's Landing if they figure something out with that. And I give them sort of the details, and I know they're smart, and I know that they have enough money to do it. And I know there's not an LRC tower here, but I wanted to make sure that my message was word for word, like what I wanted it to say. And then a promise that I would come home after that.
Well, that doesn't take you 7 days to write that letter. It takes you many days to write multiple versions of that letter and kind of squirrel yourself away and make sure you have it exactly the way you want it to be written. But you have time, if you want, to arrange for it to be sent off.
I did want to do that.
Okay.
But I wanted to use my tag.
Your true tag.
So that they would know it was for real. And this is probably the only place in the whole world that I could go to where ain't nobody coming to get me.
Sure. So you spend a significant amount of time reworking, drafting, fixing the body of this letter. And then you finally decide that it is ready and good. During that time, when you've gone out for food, when you have been out and thinking, just getting fresh air away from your room, you have seen from afar Porter standing on the edge of the mountain, alone at first, with one warden watching him slap water. Later in the week, you do witness from afar the moment where Porter is joined by Alf Ralston, who walks up sheepishly, says something to the instructor. The instructor, without much motion, says something back. And then Alf kind of awkwardly approaches one of the barrels and then looks to Porter. And Porter kind of gives him a nod. And then the two of them start slapping water together. You see Gus doing his workouts, moving around. There's a point where you notice the disappearance of Isabel Guerrero. It's shortly after when you heard her and Gus having a lively night together. You finish your letter. You fold it up. You put it in an envelope. And you write on that envelope, to Clover Farthing, Farthing Estates, Ion Harbor, from your sister, Briar Farthing.
I do send it to the hospital.
Sure.
I don't send
Sure.
it to the estates. I want it to go to her.
Ion Harbor Memorial Hospital, then. Not Farthing Estates.
Correct.
And then you find Clara, the steward who was there when you arrived. And she sees it and goes, all right, I can send this out with a warden who should be getting round Constance Grove the next day or so. And from there, they can send it out with a nomad pack. Should be less than a week before it arrives. Does that work for you, miss?
Could it be given is that the closest town?
I mean,
is there an LRC at a settlement somewhere nearby? It could be delivered to maybe an LRC operator. Maybe. Or if not, that's okay too. I don't want to put anybody out. I mean,
they have an LRC operator at Constance Grove. I can give it to that warden, and they can deliver it to the LRC operator, and that will get the message across.
I was hoping that by the time Dex got back, I would have made progress. I guess I dragged my feet a little bit.
Well, sending this out is progress, ain't it?
It ain't progress enough to share yet. It's just it's sort of like a hope or a wish.
Well, I mean, he lit the third pyre.
Yeah.
He'll be back soon, but I'll get this out tomorrow morning. And
I appreciate that.
We'll send it through the LRC. That way it reaches Mr. Farthing in about almost 2 days' time.
Mix Farthing.
Right.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you helping me. Is there something can I help you?
Well, I gotta go lock down the east gate if you want to tag along. Oh no, lost our rubbing.
Sure.
All right, let's go for a walk. And you and Clara walk over. She locks down the east gate. The night passes.
I do not know how you live in this cold. It is so cold.
It don't stop being cold, but you get used to it.
I don't think I could ever get used to it. It's so cold.
You'd be surprised. People can be very adaptable. But my secret, and she pulls the coat across, and she has another coat underneath it. Layers.
Sure.
And you go back, you rest for the night, the morning comes, and all of you wake up to a little bit of hullabaloo. As those that are awake, it's not the entire guild hall. It's not a huge, big to-do. But many people have started rushing around, and you hear the words, "Bailey's back! Bailey! Dexter's back!" And one or all of you see an elated Ariana Abbott, Blair O'Neill, and Nico Mose and Kat Mullins rushing to be at the front of the crowd as a decent amount of the guild hall moves around where an aircraft has parked at the top of that tower. And Isabel Guerrero steps down first, her red, scarlet, iconic cloak whipping in the wind in the morning light. And then just behind her, walking down the ramp, you see your friend, Dexter Bailey, stepping out, and the sun glints against a large, ornately engraved belt buckle fit perfectly into his gun belt that depicts a Gaurau wrapped around, eating the tail of another Gaurau, eating the tail of that Gaurau. An Ouroboros of Gaurau, right there in the center of his belt buckle. And at his hips, just beautiful, exquisite, ancient pistols crafted with long lost knowledge. Dexter Bailey emerges here and now, a warden of the Silent Peak. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
That's why it's wild that that's their belt buckle and still it's their big secret. But also, fuck, that's so
There's
cool.
Gaurau.
God,
So
it's so
I
cool.
said it just to like hide from, but there's Gaurau. Every time I said like ornate figures, and they just have Gaurau everywhere. It's just Gaurau all over the place. It's like having dragons on everything. It's like, yeah, sure, dragons, but like, you don't think you're gonna walk into a cave and have to fight the biggest dragon of all time. Also, because I realized this piece of art has a stain in it, so I could add my own addition. There it is. There's the scale. That's Dex compared to the size of this thing. Effectively an ant. Normally not the scale of human to Gaurau, but in this instance, that is the scale.
That's enormous. Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus.
It's a big dragon.
It's a big dragon. All right, we went a little bit late, so I'm going to jump right into the Q&A. I'm starting with the Discord. If you have questions, drop them in the chat for the game, for the players, for the story, for the world, whatever you want. Drop it in the chat. We'll answer it. But we have some of the Discord from Argotlam. I want to get to those before we end stream. So, first up from Argotlam in the Q&A, it's a let's build. How would you build the character Sam Vimes in Manifest? Apparently, it's a character from the Discworld series. Notable traits: superhuman self-control. He manages to beat down and push out a possessing entity. Okay, well, we literally saw that talent and work today. And then always knows where he is by the feel of the cobblestones under his feet from years of patrols. Not afraid to fight dirty or even get his hands dirty. Okay, well, the first thing you said, the pushing out a possessing entity, you need the metal tree for that. There's a track in the metal tree that Dex has taken, which makes you specifically good at resisting illuminated powers, which is how Dex was able to, even though he failed his test against the Gaurau's second attempt to override his control of himself, he was able to use Shielded Psyche to avoid it entirely.
Extremely useful.
Yes.
Probably militant background, it sounds like.
Oh yeah, because he was a
Years of
patrol.
patrols.
Years of patrols.
Get dirty,
I-
get his hands dirty.
I think he is urbanite, knowing a little bit about the character.
Okay.
Isn't he like
Yeah.
an
I don't
inspectory
know a
type
damn
of guy?
So urbanite
Yeah.
deputy.
Yeah, I think he's an urbanite deputy, and I think he has metal vigilance. And like based on this description, like he could have subtlety, but also just like being good at fighting and fighting dirty. You don't need talents for that.
Yeah, I guess if you're gonna fight dirty, what you want is subtlety, because then you can get the thing that lets you sneak attack.
Sneak attack someone who's looking directly at you.
You can get like a surprise attack on somebody as if you were hidden, even though you're not, because it's called cheap shot. So you're just like pocket sand stab. So definitely subtlety there. So that's probably so that's, you need subtlety, and you get from urbanite you get vigilance. So that means it's vigilance, sure hands, and subtlety, because that's what the deputy gives you, either
Sure.
vigilance or sure hands. So if he's an urbanite deputy, then vigilance, sure hands, and subtlety.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know if he
He's
has
like
to be
a duke as well, right? He's like so many things.
He's a central character, and as a central character,
There's
path
too
is
many
hard to nail
things.
down.
Yeah.
Path of the protagonist.
I mean, he's
Yeah.
like part, yeah, right. No, I think he's part mostly like his thing is sort of like the city watch militant kind of thing, right? I don't know. What do I
He
know?
does keep acquiring
Yeah,
titles.
it's like I only read like 2 of the Discworld books, and they were not close to the beginning. And it was like Sam Bide's first Duke of this, Arch this of that, like just
Okay.
titles for like a page.
Says he's a
Wait.
policeman through and through, so that means definitely path of the deputy. It sounds like the history could be it could be privileged, it could be urbanite, it could be militant, depending on what trees he needs to land.
And Discworld is the new Discovery Channel streaming service. Is that right?
Yes,
I think so.
yes.
Yeah, I think that's it.
You'll watch all the Mythbusters on there. God, so much Mythbusters.
Urbanite.
Yeah, I'm
Argylom
pretty
says
sure he is
urbanite.
an urbanite.
Okay.
Yeah, his being of the city is huge.
Okay. So that means he has to have vigilance and sure hands, and then we're saying fights dirty, so probably
I'm
subtlety.
inclined to give him metal because, like,
Oh, he
you
needs
don't-
metal. That's right. He needs metal.
Like, you don't have to have the sneak attack tree to fight dirty.
Yeah.
You don't need a talent to throw sand in someone's eyes with a quick action and then stab them while they're at negatives with your other quick
Yeah.
action.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Because he needs metal for sure. Because the first thing that was said that he can shield his psyche, which
Yeah.
is literally
you just
a
need a
talent.
pocket full of sand to do pocket sand. That ain't a talent.
Projectile mod sand.
Okay,
It is
cool.
a blinding projectile. Blinding projectile is pocket sand, is what I'm saying.
It's no reason it's not.
Okay. His own personal mental fortress in the shape of a city. Yeah, definitely needs shielded psyche. Okay, so yeah. So he has vigilance, sure hands, and metal. He invests at least as deep into metal as needed to have shielded psyche, which is a tier 3. Vigilance gives him a bunch of cop stuff like Pinkerton, and he could even get the initiative stuff, which is always good for a protagonist. Yeah, and then sure hands is just good at being fighting. Okay. Moving on, Argylom also has a follow-up to his LRC tag question from last week, which is, what happens if a tag is damaged beyond usability? Addie, would you like to take?
This has never been established. So what I'm saying right now is me establishing it. My guess is that the much like a dollar bill, where you need at least like the full serial number, like half of the like parts kind of thing. I think that you would have to like bring as much as you could of it, enough to establish that it is an LRC that is broken, and they have proprietary parts in there, so it's pretty easy to like tell like, yes, this is a genuine one or not, or maybe there's a good forger. and then like usually like a sworn affidavit in front of a judge or something like that, or like a sheriff. Basically, something that some amount of risk that would be going into like picking up a fake one. Is basically it. I don't think it's nearly so hard as getting a new one when you're like a middle-aged adult, but especially if you have the tag. But also the identifying parts would be enough that they could like maybe trace that to the actual owner if it wasn't you. And that's a crime. So
I imagine it's very similar to getting a new one when you don't have one, but like the scale of it is lower, right? Like if you're so rich and established, it's extremely easy. And if you're extremely poor and a nobody, it's also pretty easy. And if you fall in the middle ground, it's a real pain in the ass.
I like to think it's like a return at Best Buy. The more of the receipt you have, the better off you're going to be.
And in this instance, the receipt is I've lived in this town and the sheriff knows me, and that goes a really long way.
Yeah. I also think that it's like LRC tags are like pretty robust, as like you would have to really make a concerted effort to like damage one like that.
So LRC technology, both the towers and the tags, are some of the most advanced technology on Manifest, and also the most protected technology on Manifest, short of the stuff that exists in the libraries like Proto-Martyr Tech and stuff like that. The average LRC tag is extremely durable, like almost like airplane black box type durable, where like, for instance, it didn't make much sense that they're like, is the Raven dead? They didn't find an LRC tag. It doesn't matter if that dude died in a raging fire inside a house, the LRC tag would be intact. That's like how robust they are. Which is why Isabel was like, yeah, it's probably fake. I mean, sure, he may have stashed his LRC tag somewhere before he went in to go burn the place down, but like also,
Also, it's just like a little chunk of metal. It's really hard to break a little chunk of metal.
How often do you break your keys?
I've actually surprisingly broken a significant number of keys.
In a lock or outside of a lock?
In the lock.
You're not putting your LRC tag into the tower and then turning it.
That's the like most awkward, like,
component.
Yeah, I'm a drunk and I like slap it in and I break it off and I just immediately look to the LRC operator and be like, you can vouch for me, right?
Why didn't you hand me that? That's my job. Why are you back here?
Yeah, it's also kind of crazy to think about if since we've had all this talk about LRC tags, how in the first season Pax was just purloining as many LRC tags as she could get. Like that is,
we made such a bureaucratic nightmare for so many people.
Yeah, and she did not. I mean, she tried to return them or at least leave them in a place where they could be
Owen
found.
did not try to return them, and he ended up in possession of a lot of them.
He did end up in possession of a lot of them, but some of them she did return. But like,
I dropped that shit in the mud.
Yeah.
God. I love Argot Loms. So what you're telling me is I need to steal a bunch of LRC tags and knit them together to make armor.
Yeah, that sounds like heavy armor.
Yeah, heavy.
I can't imagine it's movable, which is why you get the negative to dodge and sneak.
I can't imagine it's at all legal.
Okay. Another question from Argot Lom. Is there a modification for armor that would allow it to function as a wingsuit? Currently, no. Moving
you can
on.
get close with
Yeah.
with stability harness.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
grab
yeah.
stability harness just kind of does that. Yeah, and that's not an armor mod. That's just an item you can get that does give you a lot of wingsuit like ability.
Yeah, but the thing,
That's not gliding. That's falling with style.
The thing about the graph stability harness is there is an upper limit of how high up you can be when you begin wingsuiting, and the graph stability harness makes it fine.
Yeah, the graph stability harness gives you a lot of up and down safety, but it doesn't give you a lot of lateral movement, which is what a wingsuit is really good at.
I will say that it's something that you could absolutely flavor your like personal one-man glider vehicle as.
Yeah, or like a jetpack.
Like a jetpack, except for the jetpack goes up.
If you have a jetpack and you want to flavor it as a wingsuit, you are just playing Just Cause.
But
That is a wingsuit with a jetpack.
yeah, there's ways to make the flavor happen now, and maybe ways to make it mechanically happen later.
I'm definitely not putting it on the list and brainstorm rock right now. That's not what I'm doing.
Definitely not.
Certainly not that.
Definitely right now, there's no modification that lets you make your armor something that lets you roll pilot to drop. That doesn't exist.
Not
Plus you, Addy.
over here, just over.
Okay. Outcast is the next target of Argotlam's questions. As today, he wrote a question in the Discord that says, in light of today's Kickstarter update, what skill trees does the Outcast history make? So it's a like you kind of like you went like it kind of zigged on this question just a little bit because there's no way you would know this, but skills themselves are not actually tied to the history. The bonuses you get to skills are tied to your path. The Outcast, any history gives you bonuses to your attributes and assigns you one of your 3 talent trees. So moving into that vein of the question and not focusing on the fact that you said like what skills, because that's not necessarily how histories work. Outcast has, no matter what, it boosts your muscle attribute, just a little bit. And then it either, based on your choices, boosts your durability attribute or your insight attribute. So durability being linked to the skills negate, deflect, and endure. Negate being resisting toxins and stuff. Endure being like having enough stamina to like do heavy work or be in bad situations. And then deflect being good old fashioned, I have a shield and I'm good at getting in the way of things. So that's what durability is. And the muscle is pretty straightforward. It's the ones that make you good at melee combat and also big and scary for intimidate. Insight, we're all aware of, is the attribute that is linked to your illuminated abilities. So Outcast is one of the histories that helps you start the game as a relatively strong illuminated character. Because you can become an illuminated character regardless of what your history is, but only a few of them, only a few histories boost your insight attribute, which would allow you to start as a stronger illuminated person right at the get-go. But a weak illuminated person is also still pretty good and has a lot of room to grow when it comes to pushing up their talents.
What
and then
talent tree does it give?
The talent tree you get from Outcast is hardiness, which is the talent tree that makes you extra durable, makes it so you can take injuries and shrug them off, makes it so you can regain hit points faster, also can make you really good at blocking with a shield. Basically, the Outcast, given the fact that they have had literally an extremely hard life, is no stranger to having to kind of push on despite how tired, worn, or beaten down they are, because they're people who don't get many breaks.
I had a ton of fun playing an Outcast brawler in a one-shot recently, who was very illuminated, and his tell was bad to look at.
Just becomes real fucking weird looking as soon as he uses a power.
Yeah.
All right, so that's kind of the gist of Outcast. Lots of reasons someone can become an Outcast. Scruff was an Outcast. I don't know if we saw another Outcast here on this stream, but Outcast can be anywhere from someone who's been literally like full on thrown out of society, like because they like are just like weird or unwelcome, but also could be someone who like self-exiles, or it could be someone who like made one mistake and then has like not really atoned for it yet, so they haven't really fit in anywhere. There's a lot. Outcast is one of the histories that has a lot of options to play with. It's less specific. It's a, hey, you have trouble fitting in. Here's some reasons why you might not fit in. Your life is hard.
I think Hofstetter from the Dead Man's Gang, the guy with the Ache, I think his history was Outcast.
Oh yeah? Why's that?
Yeah. Because he was a real piece of shit, and his only friend was the Ache.
I mean, you got me there. All right.
He wasn't even nice to the Ache.
He was kind of nice, the Ache.
He was not. I specifically recall you describing his care, and you were like, yeah, he's like caring for it, but he's not nice to it.
He's not, yeah, it's like every time someone has an animal companion, they're like best friends. And it's like, not for Hofstetter. He's like, nah, this one's going to die. All right. That's it for Argit Lam's questions in the Discord. I don't see any more in the stream chat. So with that, I think we are done for tonight. We're going to be back on December 28th. We hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. We hope everyone has a good time leading up to the 28th. And when
last night of Fire Nights.
And when we come back, we will return at the Guild Hall of the Wardens of the Silent Peak with Eloise, who has made an extremely huge decision in reaching out to her family. Porter, who is getting better at slapping water. And Gus, who is thinking about some big changes he could make in his life and where he goes next after he hangs up his drifting boots. And of course, Warden of the Silent Peak, Dexter Bailey. That is who we will return to, and we will have many adventures as they continue on their journey for a time longer. They still have to find the evidence that allows them to not hide from the entirety of the Fort Dearborn territory.
It sucks anyways. They hate illuminated people there. Why would you want to live there?
Well, a lot of the people who hate illuminated people just got burned up to a crisp by the Ravens, so
I don't think it's helping their PR.
We're done for tonight. We will see you guys next week, the 28th at 8 p.m. Central. We love you all so much. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for anyone who contributed to the Bits Gold. Thank you for chatting. We love you all. Thank you for the grit. Y'all have a wonderful time. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now.
Started waving to him.